A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
It's the Goldbergs.
Why, I never dreamed such a thing was possible. Well, believe me, it surprised a lot of ladies I know. Fact is, I've never heard anything like it myself.
Now, ladies, just what is it you find so amazing? Huh?
Oh, why, Mr. Fleming, it's that new Duz you've been talking about. I just can't see how this one granulated soap can do everything in the wash.
Well, does it all right. Does all three kinds of wash. Grimy work shirts, dirty towels, right down to pretty rayon slips.
But how in the world can the same granulated soap get greasy work shirts clean and grimy towels snowy white and still be really safe for my nicer colored rayon slips?
Well, just you try Duz and you'll see what a whiz it is. Remember, Duz is not just a new improvement of an old soap. It's a brand new kind of granulated soap. In fact, Procter & Gamble worked years developing the secret of the Duz formula. So, no wonder Duz just can't be compared with those old-fashioned soaps that are meant to do only part of the washing.
Well, my problem is dirty work shirts. Will Duz get them clean?
Wonderfully clean, and so easily. Why, you won't have to do any hard scrubbing, no boiling. In fact, no soap made gets clothes clean easier than you Duz.
Well, now, my trouble is grimy towels. The youngsters leave them so black, it seems like I never get them white.
Well, Duz will show you just how really white those towels can be. Why, Duz gets clothes whiter. Far whiter than any number of other soaps.
And I can still trust this same new Duz with my pretty rayon slips?
Sure, that's one of the wonders of Duz. It's safer, far safer for those nice colors than any of the other leading granulated laundry soaps. Yet, when it comes to whiteness, you've never seen whiter washes than Duz gives you. In fact, we're so sure this new Duz is the most amazing soap you ever used that we make you this challenge.
Get a box of Duz today and try it for just 3 wash days. Then see if any other soap will ever satisfy you again. Prove to yourself what it means to use Duz for everything in your wash.
And now, the Goldbergs. There are depths beyond depths when Molly Goldberg takes another life under her protection. But this time she's taken 3. Oriane and David and Mr. Way, ex-convict, ex-swindler, and ex-man from a wealthier world. Right now, he's living with the Goldbergs and opening a chicken farm in order to earn a living. And Oriane's going to be his partner. Just why Oriane should prefer to tie herself to Mr. Way rather than be helped by young Dr. Cater is a mystery that Jake can't fathom. But it's a mystery less profound than the one he's about to discover right now. Listen.
So there you're going, Molly?
I got to see to my potatoes, Jake.
I want to hear a word already.
I just have to see to my potatoes.
Potatoes to wait. I want to hear a word.
You'll hear everything in a minute. You study closely. Yes, Ma.
Mama's waiting for the psychological moment to tell Papa she's putting Oriane into the chicken business.
With Papa's money.
Yeah. I think it's a big mistake.
Why, are you afraid that Mama will lose the money?
No, not a financial, a psychological mistake.
Why? Hand me those glasses, Sammy, please. Why, Sammy?
Because I think it's not the best thing for Oriane.
Why do you think she's too elegant to sell chickens to hotels?
Now, don't be silly.
Well, then why?
Because the best thing for Oriane would have been to take the position Dr. Cater offered her in the city.
Well, she didn't want it.
Only because she did.
Huh?
Yeah, she's afraid of Dr. Cater.
But
Where are you going, Molly?
I've got to put my laundry in this someplace. I have something to look. I want to hear a word,
So what happened after the call? Tell me.
Sammy, What do you mean that Oriana's afraid of Dr. Kate?
I mean, she's afraid of what might happen.
I don't understand.
Well, that's because you're still an infant.
I'm not an infant. What, Sammy?
Well, Dr. Cater has a disease. It's very catchy. It's called LOVE.
Oh. You're fooling, Sam.
No, he's got it worse than the measles.
Molly, there you're flying that way.
I'm not flying.
So tell me.
I'll tell you.
Here, I'm right already.
You're that boy. What's the matter? Nothing more. Huh? What's the hysterical list? Nothing more. Huh? Nothing. Something with me? No. Huh? No. Did you come to the Reddy? What did you do to Reddy? Nothing more. Really? You think nothing? You took my good satin? No, ma. You're laughing just for nothing like that? Just for nothing. The left? There we go. Get me the list, family. Yes, please. Okay. I asked you before for the list.
Okay.
And go see to the potatoes, please. And see if they are softening.
Nobody's hungry yet, Molly. There's plenty of time. Let me hear a word.
No. Yesterday when Dr. Cater called. Now, Rosalie, bring me in the collection of fruit, please. I want to make the salad here. They're standing in the icebox, you see, bananas and oranges and then grapefruits. Bring me in a couple oranges and grapefruits and come in. I'll make my fruit salad here.
No.
A sharp knife.
So?
Dr. Cater called yesterday.
That I heard already.
And he had a receptionist position for Oriana. And she wasn't here. So I had to go to Martha's Wilberforce and call her to the telephone. Little knife, Mom? And the little knife there. So she wouldn't take it.
She wouldn't take it?
Wouldn't take it.
That's twice she said no to Dr. Cater. Why, if he had a position
My knife, Rosalie.
If she didn't want to move to their house and she said no, all right. But a position in New York?
These are all the names I can think of offhand, Ma.
What names?
Of waterhouses and hotels around here.
For what?
For Oriana.
What do you mean?
I was just approaching the subject.
Doesn't Papa know yet?
Your Papa lately knows nothing.
Tell Rosalie to put a little light in the potatoes, and I'm coming right in to smash them.
Okay, Ma.
So what's the hotels got to do with Oriana?
For the chicken business, Jay.
What has she got to do with the chicken business? That's Mr. Ray's business.
Yes, Jake. Only half.
What do you mean?
Well, she's a partner, Jake. That's where they are now, Mr. Ray and Oriana. They're drawing a partnership papers.
When did all this happen, then?
How long does it take for people to decide? I mean, how long does it take for people to decide? You can decide 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yesterday, Mr. Ray came in. Was it yesterday? Was it the day before yesterday? Yesterday. Mr. Ray came in, and he mentioned something about customers. I mean, if you raise chickens to sell, you have to have customers to sell them to. And to have customers, you have to have a reputation. And then Mr. Ray asked me for the names of the people that run the hotels, like the Shady Lawn and the Brookside and the old Orchard House. So I couldn't say to him, could I say, Jake, he was 3 years in prison? I couldn't say it. But I said to him, is he himself going to solicitate?
Solicit?
Yeah, solicit. And I said maybe he wouldn't be so successful because the people in Lassendale are not so friendly to him, you see. All right, I'm coming, dear.
No,
nothing, Jack, no. So all of a sudden I remembered, and all of a sudden Mrs. Leland fell in my head, and I thought immediately, how long does it take for people in the village to know already about Ori and Mrs. Leland and David? I mean, they all know that she came into my barn and how we found her and how she walked all the way and how she's all alone in the world and how she's a widow and how she's got such a gorgeous, marvelous, beautiful child. And how long does it take for people to hear? And she's young and she's with a child. And that's why I put two and two together. And I figured that if she went to solicit the business, so immediately they would listen and they would help her. And that's how.
And that's her entire investment?
That and a little besides.
What?
A little capital.
Where did she get capital?
The potatoes are soft, Rosalind.
Where did she get capital?
Rosalind, I'm coming in to smash.
Where did she get the extra capital?
Well, if you gave it to her, what of it, Ma?
Molly, where did you get capital to invest for her?
Capital. $150. That's capital.
What then is it? Peanuts?
I looked at my sealskin coat, Drake. Like new.
What was that got to do with chickens?
So, I can't have it remodeled. I mean, why should I have it remodeled? It's a stylish south cut. And why should I put my money in an old coat?
You just said it's a new coat?
It's a new coat, but it's an old coat. I mean, Jay, darling, in a few months, I'll have back my $150, Jay.
They're going to make Mama a silent partner, Pa.
Impossible.
Impossible or possible. Molly's going to be head over heels in the chicken business, which means in Mr. Wade's affairs and those of Oriane. And poor Jake Goldberg will have to be the silent partner to the silent partner. You know, a friend of the Goldbergs told me the other day that she judges a laundry soap by the suds it makes. Now, if you judge your soap by its suds, too, tell me, have you ever seen anything equal to the suds you get with new Does? Now, I know I haven't said as much as I should about the wonderful suds you get with this new kind of granulated soap, because I've been so busy telling you how Does does all three kinds of wash, from grimy work shirts and heavy towels to pretty rayon undies. But, lady, when it comes to suds, you can see the difference in Does right in your own washing machine. In fact, Does makes more suds, even in hard water, than the 4 other leading granulated wash day soaps. And these suds build up faster and last longer. Oh, another thing. The suds you get with Does are a whole lot kinder to your hands, too. In fact, once you try Does, I bet you won't ever want to go back to your old soap again. Remember, Does does everything in your wash. And be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs. Written for you by Gertrude Berg. This is James Fleming saying goodbye for the makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all three kinds of wash.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Say, Casey, I'll bet you photographed a lot of famous people.
Well, I'm not so sure, Ethelbert.
How come?
Well, it's like this. Many a guy who looks like a ball of fire today is nothing but a wet match tomorrow.
Oh, I get it. You gotta wait before you're sure a guy is really famous.
Right. Sometimes it takes years and years to ensure fame.
Sure, like the years and years of leadership that have made Anchor Hocking the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole, our adventure for tonight, The New Will. One of the showplaces of our city is the mansion of multimillionaire Bradford Randall. In the richly furnished library of this mansion at 8 o'clock in the evening, Randall, his daughter Agatha, and a dapper, handsome man face each other in anger.
This is one time, Father, that you're not going to have your own way. I've made up my mind to marry Giuseppe, and that is that.
Oh, no, Agatha. You only think you're going to make this gigolo my son-in-law.
Do not call me a gigolo, Mr. Randall.
Oh, then what are you?
I'm a man of honor who comes to you like a gentleman and asks for your daughter to be my wife. And for that, I'm insulted.
How much money have you got, Mr. Runover?
I'm Count Runover.
All right, Count. But answer my question.
Money is not everything.
Well, you're not finding a soft spot with me.
Father, I won't let you.
Shut up, Agatha. Now then, you get out of here, Runover, and stay out.
If he goes, I go with him.
If you do anything foolish, Agatha, you'll regret it. And so will your boyfriend. And to convince you both that I mean business, I'm going to make out a new will tomorrow that will cut off Agatha with the minimum bequest allowed by law.
Father.
You know I don't bluff, Agatha. Tomorrow morning, I'll have Devons draw up a new will. And it'll stand until you come to your senses.
Come on, Giuseppe. Let's get out of here.
Yes, Agatha.
You'll be back, my dear. And still single.
You? Oh, I absolutely hate you.
I'll show you I don't bluff. Hello, this is Bradford Randall. Call Mr. Devons to the phone, will you? Hello, Devons. I've got a job for you to do first thing in the morning. No, wait a minute. You better do it tonight. I want a new will drawn up, and I want you to bring it here to me within the next couple of hours. Don't argue. Do as I tell you. Well, that's better. Now get yourself a pencil, Devons, and take notes of what I say. Looks as though you've done a pretty good job with this new will on short notice, Devons. So, I'm leaving practically my entire estate to, the Society for the Relief and Rehabilitation of War Victims and Displaced Persons.
You told me to name some charity. Any charity as your beneficiary?
Oh, it'll do. Of course, when that nitwit daughter of mine agrees to forget about her count, we'll destroy this and make her an heiress again. Yes, I was going to have you draw this new will up tomorrow, but Agatha and her lounge lizard might be getting married while you're doing it. But they won't after I spring this on her at breakfast. Oh, we'll need witnesses to make this good, I suppose.
Naturally.
Well, I'll get my butler and... Fieldstone?
Yes, Mr. Randall.
Fieldstone, get one of the other servants and come in here, will you?
There's only the upstairs maid on duty now, sir. It's after 11 o'clock.
She'll do. Get her and hurry up, will you?
Very well, sir.
After 11. By the time I get
now,
home...
quit your crabbing, Devons.
Well, why shouldn't I
You'd better not. I made you, and I can break you.
Oh, I didn't mean it.
Here is Sophie, the maid.
Oh, come in, Sophie. Come in. I want you and Fieldstone to sign a paper.
What kind of paper, sir?
What does that matter? Here's a pen. Here.
Excuse me, sir, but I have been told never to sign my name to anything I have not read over, sir.
When you work for me, you do as I tell you.
Wait a minute, Mr. Randall. Huh? From a legal standpoint, this girl and your butler must know what they're signing. Sophie, Fieldstone. This document is a new will in which Mr. Randall bequeaths the bulk of his estate to the Society for the Relief and Rehabilitation of War Victims and Displaced Persons.
Well, if that is the case...
You needn't have explained all that in order to make the thing legal, Devons. I'll tear this will up as soon as that girl of mine gets some sense. Well, here's my John Hancock.
Now, you sign here, young woman, as a witness.
Yes, sir.
You, Fieldstone? Here.
Very good, sir.
All right. That's all. You can go now.
Thank you, Mr. Randall.
Yeah. Oh, Fieldstone.
Yes, sir.
Have me called at 7 in the morning.
Yes, Mr.
And get my daughter up at the same time. I want her to have breakfast with me.
Bring up some more lemons, Walter.
Okay, Ethelbert. I should get more sleep.
Hello, Ethelbert.
Huh?
Casey.
Hi, pal. I think so. I'm never sure at this hour of the morning.
What are you doing around here? It's only a little after 8.
Working the early shift this week, 8 in the morning till 4 p.m. Have Walter Russell me have some coffee, will you, pal?
Hey, Walter, breakfast for Casey. Bring it here to the bar.
Okay.
I suppose you reported for work, then made a quick sneak before your city desk got wise.
The guy's got to eat, doesn't he?
Well, look at me. I already had 6 wheat cakes, half a grapefruit, a plate of ham and eggs, 2 cups of coffee, pineapple. I feel fine.
Yeah, you're lucky. Well, don't mention food again till I get some.
Casey.
Hello, Annie. Good morning.
Come on, get on your bicycle. We're going places.
What? Not till I exercise my
Oh,
teeth,
yes.
Annie.
We're going to Bradford Randall's house right now.
Bradford Randall?
The Bradford Randall. One of his servants went to call him about an hour ago, about 7 o'clock, and found him dead with a bullet through his heart. Captain Logan and his homicide squad are at the house now.
Holy jump.
Bradford Randall's one of the biggest guys in this town.
And one of the crookedest, too.
But his murder is front page and double column, Casey. Come on.
Okay, cancel my breakfast, Ethelbert.
It'll be on the fire by now,
Well, then
Casey.
eat it yourself.
But I had... Well, after all, I ate just a little snack almost an hour ago.
Our story will continue in just a moment. How many times have you said to yourself, I'd give anything in the world for a cup of coffee right now? Now, what you meant was that you wanted a cup of good, hot, steaming coffee without having to fuss around in the kitchen and without waiting even a minute. Well, here's the answer. Just a cup, a spoon, and a glass jar. A glass jar of soluble coffee. Put a spoonful of this new kind of coffee in a cup, add hot water, and there you are. It's as quick as that. It's as convenient as that, if you make sure to buy your soluble coffee in a glass jar. You see, glass jars are easy to open. Just a twist of your wrist, that's all. Then there's the matter of flavor and freshness. Anchor glass jars protect soluble coffee from moisture or any other contamination. Enjoy all of the convenience of soluble coffee products by insisting on glass jars. Most of the better packers of soluble coffee protect their products by using clean, sanitary Anchor glass containers and Anchor caps. Both products of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
What happened, Captain Logan?
One of the servants discovered Randall dead in his bed when she went to call him, Miss Williams. He'd been shot through the heart around 3 a.m., the M.E. says, with his own gun, a .45 automatic. We found the gap, but it had been wiped clean of the fingerprints.
Well, that rules out suicide. Any suspects, Captain?
Too many, Miss Williams. Off the record, suspect number 1 is a party boy who calls himself Count Giuseppe Renova. He'd been out with Randall's daughter and brought her home about an hour before the murder was committed.
Well, what's his possible motive?
You don't read the gossip columns, Casey. This Renova has been giving Miss Randall a heavy rush.
Yeah, she was all set to marry the guy. Some of the servants heard a noisy quarrel between Randall, his daughter, and Renova early last evening, during which Randall said he'd disinherit her if she didn't give Renova the heir. He threatened to change his will first thing this morning. But after daughter and boyfriend left, both pretty sore, Randall got his lawyer and executed a new will last night. It cuts Agatha Randall out of the estate and how.
Yeah, but at 3 a.m., when he was murdered, Ranova thought she was still a big heiress.
That's the picture. She's suspect number 2. Either one. They killed Randall to prevent him making a new will, which they didn't know had already been made.
I've met Agatha Randall, and I can believe she'd kill her own father if he got in her way.
Oh, she must be a sweet character, just like her old man. But what are your other suspects, Logan?
Anyone who was in this house. For instance, there are 16 servants, and the only one who seems sorry that Randall's dead's the butler, Fieldston. I'm not convinced he's very sincere.
Popular guy, this Randall. Ranova, after he left Miss Randall at the door downstairs, could have gotten into this bedroom by climbing that trellis, Logan. You know?
Sure. And so could anyone else. Howard Devons, for example.
Randall's lawyer?
He had no love for his boss.
Yeah, I've heard that.
I'm expecting Devons here any minute. I'm letting him have the will we found. He'll need it to settle the estate.
Where'd you find the will?
Lying folded on top of that dresser. Well, let's get out of this room and go downstairs.
Oh, I beg your pardon, sir.
What are you doing outside this door, Fieldston?
I was just about to knock, Captain. Mr. Devons has arrived, and I came to tell you, sir.
Where is he?
Downstairs in the library with Miss Randall. And Count Ranova is there also, sir.
Now, get that maid who was your co-witness to the will last night, Fieldston, then both of you come to the library.
I'll get Sophie at once, sir.
Come on, Miss Williams. Casey.
You know, Logan, it looked as though that butler was listening at the door.
It looked very much that way.
Why do you want him and that maid in the library, Captain?
Verify their signatures on the will before I hand it over to Devons.
Oh, I see.
Now, there's the library.
Now, I won't believe that will can stand up in court, Mr. Devons. My father never meant to cut me off.
I drew that will, Miss Randall, and it'll stand up.
But...
Oh, Captain Logan.
You're Mr. Devons?
Yes.
Mind if I shoot some pictures here, Logan?
Go ahead, Casey.
I mind. I've had enough of you policemen and newspaper people around here. This is my house, and I won't...
Remember the will, Miss Randall. This is not your house.
Oh, Giuseppe, what am I going to do?
Do not worry, my Agatha. I will find lawyers who will break for us that crazy will.
Well, of
Count
course,
is an optimist, Annie.
And how he declares himself in. Isn't this a gorgeous room?
It's about the last word, I say. No windows in it. I guess that's for all year-round air conditioning, huh?
Mm-hmm. And invisible lighting.
I'll lay down this film case, get a few shots.
Oh, excuse me, Captain. Here is the maid, sir.
Oh, yes. You're the girl who witnessed Mr. Randall's will last night with Fieldston?
Yes, sir.
Well, look, I can't make out the signature. What's your name?
Zofia Jadwiga Elżbieta Kupowajczyk.
No. I think Captain Logan will call you Sophie.
Yeah. Well, look at this document, Sophie. Is it the one you witnessed?
I have been told never to say a thing I'm not sure of, sir. Can I look at the paper close and careful?
Yes, I want you to. Here, take it.
Thank you, sir. What is that?
I shot a picture of you, Sophie. Sorry if the flashbulb startled you.
It did, sir. Excuse me for being so foolish.
Look, do you identify that will?
It looked like the paper I saw.
Look at the signature, Sophie, and the rest of it. Is it your signature?
Oh, yes, it is me. I write that last night. It is the will.
Well, I'm glad we got that settled. Hey!
What happened to the light?
Where's the switch? Turn on those lights.
I'll find the switch, sir. There.
Oh, what?
Sophie.
What happened to you?
Somebody hit me when the lights go out and pulled that paper from my hand.
The will. The will is gone.
All right, every one of you's been searched, and we didn't find the will. But someone in this room switched off the lights, struck Sophie, and took the will from her hand, and whoever did it isn't going to get away with it. Now, the thing's somewhere in this library, and my men will find it if they have to tear the walls down. Sergeant, yes, sir? You and the boys go to work.
Okay, Captain.
Everybody else, get out of here.
You can seriously believe that I had anything to do with this strange theft?
You were in this room, and the will disappeared, Devons.
But, of course, you consider poor Miss Randall your principal suspect, Captain.
What makes you think my principal suspect isn't you, Mr. Ranova?
Count Ranova.
Now, all of you get out of here. Now, don't try to leave this house.
Come, Giuseppe. It will be a pleasure to get away from these people.
A great pleasure, my Agatha.
Hey, you and Miss Williams get out, too, Casey.
Okay. Let me get my film case, pal.
I'll bring your photographic case, Mr. Casey.
Oh, thanks, Fieldston. Well, just put it down in the hall here.
Very good, sir.
I'm closing this library door, Sergeant. And don't let anybody in, and don't you or the boys come out until you find that will.
Okay, Captain. Will you need me any more, sir?
No, go on about your business, Fieldston. I'll find you if I want you.
Very good, sir.
Casey, come into this room. And you, Miss Williams. I want to have some gab without any interruptions. Look, what do you think?
That job was timed beautifully, Logan. Right after I'd used up a flash bulb. If I'd had another one set in my camera, I could have touched it off and caught the thief dead to rights.
Now, didn't either of you notice who stood nearest that light switch just before the room went dark?
I didn't.
Neither did I. But I'm sure 3 people weren't anywhere near the light switch. It's yourself, Logan, the lawyer, Devins, and that little maid, Sophie.
Now, that leaves Agatha, Renova, the butler, Fieldston, you, Casey, and Miss Williams.
See, I just thought of something, Logan. Yeah? That butler, Fieldston, closed the door when he came into the library. If that door had been open, the room wouldn't have gone entirely dark.
Hey. And Fieldston was trying to get an earful outside that room upstairs.
What was that?
It's a man.
Upstairs. Come on.
I see him. Hey, it's the butler.
He's lying on the floor.
His head is covered with blood.
Someone socked him.
Turn him over, Logan. Open his coat.
Yeah. And his heart's beating. He's only knocked out.
Hey, that paper sticking out of the inside pocket of his coat.
Casey, it's the stolen will. Oh, my head. Now, look, the doc says you haven't been badly hurt, Fieldston. You were just put to sleep pretty rough. Now, tell us about it.
Yeah, we're very curious.
Well, all I know, gentlemen, is that I was passing along the upstairs hall, and when I passed the door of Miss Randall's room, I thought I heard it open, then something hit me.
Did you see the person who hit you?
No, Captain.
This is what you were hit with.
That silver candlestick.
Yeah. You recognize it?
It usually stands on Miss Randall's dressing table.
You heard Miss Randall's door open just before you were caught.
I thought I did, yes. Captain, do you think Miss Randall...
I'm asking the questions, Fieldston. And here's the one that pays the grand prize. Why was that will in your pocket?
Will?
Randall's new will.
No, I don't know what...
Now, don't try to play innocent. You hit Sophie in that library and snatched the will.
I did nothing of the kind. You searched
We know why the will wasn't on you when you were searched, fella, and how you got it out of the library.
Mr. Casey, I swear...
Save it. The way I helped your scheme, Fieldston, with my film case. You stuck the will in that film case after you snatched it and before you turned on the lights. Then you carried the case out in the hall where I was dumb enough to leave it. Then you opened the case and put the will in your pocket.
That isn't true. What possible motive could I...
You knew that Agatha Randall, or Ranova, would pay anything you asked for that will. They wanted to destroy it.
And evidently they double-crossed you. Now, are you going to protect the person who tried to kill you, or are you going to talk?
I'm going to talk.
You're a sensible guy.
My head is beginning to clear, Captain. Now I realize that I've been double-crossed. Count Renova told me that he and Miss Randall would pay me $500,000 if I could get that new will. Well, I got it. But they double-crossed me. One of them tried to kill me. You bring them here, and I'll tell them that to their faces.
Get them, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Well, Casey, I guess that takes care of that.
It takes care of that, Logan, but you still got the murder of Randall to solve.
Captain Logan put Miss Randall and that Count Runover under arrest, huh, Casey?
Yeah, he's holding him for questioning, Ethelbert, which means they're in jail without formal charges being lodged against him.
They've admitted nothing and denied everything, Ethelbert. And as sore as the butler is against them, he admits he didn't see either of them hit him.
I have a hunch that neither Agatha nor her phony Count bumped off Randall.
Hunches aren't accepted as evidence either, Mr. Casey.
Well, who else could be the culprit, Casey?
Culprit?
Yeah.
Oh, look, pal, you've been reading that bad literature again. Culprit. Where do you get words like that? Out of True Detective comics?
No, William D. Shakespeare mentions culprits, and Alan Edward Poe and Charles Makepeace Dickens.
Yeah, you win, pal.
Well, then tell me who else besides Runover and Miss Randall...
Look, I'm going to ask you a question, my literary friend. Pal, if you were a lawyer, would you kill a client right after he'd signed a will leaving his money to charity, a legitimate charity that you selected, and then bust a second guy over the head in order to prevent that will from being destroyed by the daughter?
This is a hypothetical question, huh, Casey?
Yeah, highly hypothetical, Edward.
Extra highly hypothetical.
Oh, lay off. Come on, what's your answer, pal?
Am I a lawyer making good dough?
Plenty.
I got a wife and kids?
Now, wife, no kids.
How do I get along with the old lady?
Okay. At least there's no scandal about you.
See, I got to ask these questions, Casey, because I'm awful ignorant about the lawyer I am, see?
Mm-hmm. I see. Well, now that you're enlightened, how about it?
But tell me one thing more. Have I got good sense?
Well, I think the lawyer has.
Say, was that a crack?
I don't know what you mean, pal.
Oh. Well, after mature deliberation, Casey, I've come to the conclusion that if I got dough, a happy family life, and ain't no crackpot, I would be a first-degree chump to take a chance of broiling myself in a hot seat by doing a job of murder.
Yeah, it's the same conclusion I reached, Edinburgh.
Now that you have Devons out of the way, where you go from here?
I don't know, Annie, but I still have my hunch.
I'll try eliminating all the Randall servants now. None of them like their boss or his daughter. Start with that little housemaid, Sophie. You can get rid of her quickly.
I'm not giving that poor washed-out gal a second thought.
That the dame who Fieldstone gave the black eye when he snatched the will?
Mm-hmm. The Polish girl. Awfully sweet. I spent quite a little time talking to her, Casey.
Yeah?
She's been in this country only a few years. She's a war refugee.
So?
Poor thing. You know what the war did to Poland. The Germans invaded and the Russians invaded. Well, she and her family had a terrible time.
How could she stand working for a guy like Randolph? Amongst all the other crooked things he did, he was a notorious war profiteer.
She witnessed that new will. She was told its provisions. Annie, come on. We're going to call on Sophie.
Yes, Mr. Casey. I killed Mr. Randall. And I hit that butler Fieldstone, too.
I was pretty sure you did, Sophie. After I started thinking, I wouldn't have accused you otherwise.
If you had not accused, I would have told the police anyway soon. Because now I'm sure they will not again lose that bad man's new will.
It leaves his money to the society, doesn't it, for the relief of war victims?
Yes. The will won't be lost again. And it won't be broken, Sophie.
I believe you, Miss Williams.
Tell us what you meant to tell the police.
In our town, in Poland, war was very bad. I see my mother killed, and my father. My little sister Paula and I, we sleep in streets and get food where we can get it from. You would not like to hear about that. It is not nice to think of it. Before, I have seen my two brothers taken away by soldiers. They never come back. Finally, my little sister, Paula, she lied down to sleep and do not wake. She was too hungry. Things happened to me, too, in the war. But I'm strong and I live. I have uncle in America who get me over here, where I get job in Mr. Randall's house. Sometime I can hear Mr. Randall say how the war has made him more rich than he was before. And last night he asked me to witness that will.
Which left his money to war victims.
Yes. And he say something which made me know he would change the will if he had the chance and leave everything to his daughter again. A woman as bad as he is.
You didn't give him the chance.
No. I went to his room while he was sleeping, and I used the gun I know he'd keep there.
How about Fieldstone?
I saw him take the will he had stolen from your box, Mr. Casey. I suspect he will sell it to Miss Randall, who will destroy it. I slip into her room and get candlestick. I think that is all. Now, Miss Williams, Mr. Casey, take me to police. Casey?
Yes.
I'm not afraid, and I have no regret. You see, we who have felt war have died many times. Another time does not matter.
We'll join the crowd at the Blue Note in just a moment. Just in time for Christmas shopping, Anchor Hocking presents the perfect answer to your problem of giving something beautiful and practical. A set of jadeite dinnerware. Jadeite, spelled Jadeite. Jadeite. It has the lovely texture of Chinese porcelain, the color of green jade. It's as sturdy and heat-proof as the Fire King oven glass you bake with. Almost anyone will be delighted to receive a beautiful 35-piece jadeite dinner service consisting of 6 cups, 6 saucers, 6 dessert plates, 6 salad plates, 6 dinner plates, 1 vegetable bowl, a platter, and a sugar and creamer set. All of this for less than $5. Jadeite, a product of Anchor Glass, can also be purchased in open stock. Now, you'll find Jadeite dinnerware at chain stores, department stores, and most other stores selling chinaware and glass. Ask for Jadeite by name, the newest triumph of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
We who have felt war have died many times. Another time doesn't matter.
What's that, Casey?
Huh?
What'd you say?
Nothing.
He's been muttering to himself like that ever since Sophie repeated her confession to the cops, Ethelbert.
I guess I have, Eddie.
What'll be done about that girl, Sophie?
Should be sent to a hospital for the criminal insane.
The docs say she's crazy, huh?
In the legal definition. She's incapable of distinguishing between right and wrong.
She never had much chance to get acquainted with what's right in the legal definition, did she?
No, Ethelbert. She didn't even realize that there's never a justification for murder.
That's a fact, Annie. Yeah, and many people in Europe and Asia are just like her. People who as children saw nothing but war, and whose only teaching was that might makes right, and that the end justifies the means. Boy, we're just lucky that philosophy hasn't become basic training for a lot of American kids. So far. The anniversary of Pearl Harbor was last Sunday. And in 2 weeks, we celebrate Christmas. I think a lot of people over here have forgotten the meaning of both those days.
It's time all of us started thinking and doing.
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Codsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King Oven Glass, Anchor Glass Containers, Anchor Caps and Closures, all products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Photographer is directed by John Dietz. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. Lives are lost needlessly every year when people die of tuberculosis. You do your part to prevent tuberculosis when you buy and use Christmas seals. And be sure to do your Christmas mailing early. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. This is CBS Columbia Broadcasting System.
Reporting in service. Starting mileage 19,438. 19438. Officers Perkins and DeVoe.
Control under 5610-4. 6:09 p.m. Starting night watch.
This is Don Reed, a police recorder. You're riding in the back seat of a detective unit just reporting in service on the night watch. I don't know if it...
Control 1 can receive complaint first. have been seen loitering in the alleys and in parked cars. Like the area district checking out KMA 394.
96, 10-4. Taking a note of that information. We'll be patrolling those alleys a little more frequently tonight. As I started to say, the people you hear are not actors. This is it. This is real. This is what happens on the night watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We switch you to Detective Unit 5-6 and Police Recorder Don Reed.
Five 6 to 1.
Control 1 to 5-6. Go ahead.
5-6, requesting a time check.
Control 1 to 5-6. 10:23 p.m. KMA 394.
5-6, 10-4.
Well, tonight's been pretty much of routine patrolling. We had a tip that a cigar store might be held up. We staked out on it for 2 hours, waited. Nothing happened. So for the past half hour, we've been cruising up and down alleys in this district looking for suspicious persons that might be sleeping in cars. Right at the moment, we're moving down a very dark alley. Our lights are out. Slow speed. I'd say it's rather bumpy. And off to the left, right here, is another parked car sandwiched in between two buildings. Well, we've checked out about 10 cars so far. So, here's number 11. Well, this one appears to be vintage of about 1937. Possibly abandoned. Flat tires. Throwing a light in the car. Wow. Kino. What do we got in here, Sergeant? 1.
Police officers, open up the door.
2, 3. 3 men asleep here.
What are you fellows doing in here?
Oh, just sleeping.
Sleeping? Well, that's all if you get out on the other side over there, huh?
Back away from the car for a moment. 3 subjects are slowly getting out of the car. I might say it reeks of wine. Let's move in here.
Come on. Turn around. Take your hands out of your pocket.
Brief look at the subjects under the lights. Unshaven. Wrinkled clothes. And one wearing a large duckbill hat.
What do you got in this box in here?
It's a razor.
It's a razor?
Yes, sir.
You better use that razor. Okay, you stand over here next to your buddy. Okay. Turn around. What do you got in your box? Razor?
Razor.
Well, you use yours anyway.
Listen, fellas. I got money and I want to go get a room. May I?
Why didn't you do it before you went to sleep in the car here?
Well, we just come by here and we got to drink a little bit, you know.
This isn't your first night.
Yeah. It's mine. That's fine.
Who's the car belong to?
I don't know.
How old are you?
41.
Mm-hmm. Where do you live when you normally live?
I live at the beach.
The beach?
Mm-hmm.
You living down there now?
Yeah.
You got a room down there?
Mm-hmm.
You paying for it?
My necklace.
What's your room number down here? He's got the key.
What number is it?
10.
10 or 22, which?
22. It's 10. The room's 10, but it's 22, but the room is 10. See, they got the...
The key. Broken off. How do you use that?
It's a short key.
Well, it's probably not much of a room. It's a short key. I hope the room isn't as short as the key is.
It's not very much of a room, I'll tell you that.
Where'd you stay last night? Did you stay in the car last night? Mm-hmm. All right, now let's get something straight. Just about 2 minutes ago, I asked you if you'd stayed here last night, and you said no.
So I didn't, but he did.
I just asked all three of you if you'd stayed here last night.
Oh, no.
You all denied. Now, wait a minute. Let me talk. You guys have been sleeping in this car for some time. We know.
I am.
This man was going to faint here, Sergeant. Go ahead and sit down by the car. Huh? You sit down. Assisting the subject over to the car, he broke out in a cold, icy sweat pouring from his face.
You okay? You got anything wrong with you? You sick or anything?
No, sir. I'm sort of sick. Just sweating.
Too much wine?
Just too much.
You scared?
Too much to drink.
What are you sweating for?
Just drank too much.
You're not sick?
No, sick.
Nothing wrong with it?
Well, let's move around the side of the car. They were sleeping in here, pulled up in the back of a lot. I've been among some weeds. Let's see if we can determine anything unusual about it. Bread in the glove compartment. Food on the floor. Coffee pot in the back. Over the back seat. A couple of blankets. Well, this is not my idea of living. You got exactly 10 minutes to get out of Culver City.
Okay, sir.
And you're going to stay out.
Okay.
Come in here and act like normal citizens. Behave yourselves. Fine.
Okay, sir.
There's wine drinking and sleeping in cars.
Give us a break that way? Thank you.
All three of you.
Okay. Well, can we catch a bus?
You've got 10 minutes to get it. That boy, you two. 10 minutes.
Well, I don't know. That's his business. I don't know
about
him.
Start going. Don't want to see you around town again.
Okay.
There they go. Across the parking lot. Two bareheaded, the other still wearing that duck-billed hat. Silhouetted against the streetlights. Three figures disappearing in the darkness.
Five, 6 to 1. We've checked all the alleys in District 4. We found 3 suspects in one car, sent them on their way. We're back on patrol.
Control 1 to 5-6, 10-4. Will you follow up on this call? 2432 El Tura. 2432 El Tura in a van. 214 KMA 394.
5-6-10-4. We'll handle it.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of a detective unit on its tour of duty. The people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch. We return you now to Car 5-6, answering a radio call, and police recorder Don Reed.
We'll be at the scene of this 214 call in just a moment. That means a disturbance. Well, what's the deal on this, Perk? Didn't we get a telephone call on this address earlier in the evening?
Yes, Don, we did. I don't know. It seems that there's been an argument over leaving the kids alone or something. And all the furniture's been moved out. They were going to move. I don't know. It's a confused deal.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Well, here we are. Up the walk. Man standing under a porch light. Small bungalow.
I called her earlier, the kids were all alone. I come home.
I talked to you on the phone. I was
Earlier in the evening?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I felt pretty good after I talked to you. You told me if she got home, I should just call and everything. And I was all upset. Now she come home, and I called over, and I said that she was on now, and she just...
You want us to talk to her?
Well, all I want to know is I saw her car pull up over there, and they sit there for a while, and then they took off. Well, I'd like to have an explanation as to where she was. That's all I care. But I mean, a lot of things are going to happen around here. We got all our stuff moved out of here, and we're supposed to get an apartment today.
Why don't you cancel the other car? I already know about it, so we can...
Tell the kids, the boy was sick when I called from the shop. And he's all alone. I don't like that. I don't miss no time down there.
What are you doing popping off out there?
I'm not popping off.
All right, get here and shut your mouth.
Oh, just a minute, lady. Just a minute.
These are officers.
This is the police department.
I know you're a police department. Come in here and see all these kids at the lake. I've been out here all evening looking for a darn motel for these kids.
Just a minute.
Oh, come on in and see for yourself.
Wait a minute.
Look, see how the kids have to
I'll
sleep
be
on
in
the
a
floor.
second. As soon as I talk to this gentleman, I'll talk to you.
Yeah, talk to him. I've been out all evening looking for these kids. They sleep in a motel. And he was to work.
Look, let's talk, and then we'll come in and talk to you, okay?
Why don't you talk to both of us together?
I'd rather talk to one at a time.
No, I'd rather you talk to both of us.
I'm making an investigation. I'll do it my way, not your way.
But 2 nights...
I've been called down here.
For
I'm
3
going to talk to
nights,
this
my
gentleman
kids have
first.
been sleeping on the floor.
At the present time, madam, you're creating a disturbance. Now, if you'll kindly keep quiet and let me talk to this gentleman, I'll be in and talk to you.
Well, come in and talk. If you see how we have to sleep, brother, I think you'll
All right,
talk
I'll be in
twice.
just a minute. I'll be in just a minute.
Tuesday they come and they took all our furniture, see. Well, I knew it was gone, but I figured after we got rid of it, or maybe we'd transfer out of here, or go someplace else. Get away from this gang.
Now, these children, how long were they left alone tonight?
Well, now, I go to work at 4:30, but I checked at 8:30, and Junior was crying, and they didn't have any. He said he was sick, see.
How old are the children?
9 and 6.
Is there anybody here to take care of them during the time?
No, see, I called at 8:30, and he was all alone then.
Let's go inside and talk to your wife and get the other side of the story. In the house, room completely bare. On the floor, blankets spread out. 2 little youngsters sitting here, probably wondering what this is all about. Can we talk to you now? Is it your side?
Oh, I'm right here. What do you want?
I'd like to know what it's all about.
I've been out all evening looking for these kids and myself a place to stay.
Been drinking tonight?
No, I haven't been drinking.
I can smell it right over here.
Well, maybe I had one beer, but that's all.
What time did you go out this evening?
Oh,
7:30.
about 7:30.
What time did you get back?
I don't know. I wasn't up.
About a half hour ago or so.
Who was taking care of the children while you were gone?
They were sleeping.
I asked you who was taking care of them.
Nobody was taking care of them. I told them where I was at, and if anything they wanted, they should call me. And they knew this lady's number. She used to be our neighbor next door.
See, we're interested in the fact that children are under proper supervision, not neglected or left alone.
They're not neglected. My kids have never been neglected. For the last 10 years, I've never lived with this darn guy.
Well, what about tonight?
Until my furniture went out, by gosh, 2 days ago. Well, I think we lived very darn happily. Until the darn auction truck come up about 2 days ago and took our furniture out of this house. From that day, I said, that guy's through, and I'm through with him, and I don't give a darn with you. You're the law. I don't care what you are.
Well, I do.
Well, I don't.
I have a job to do.
Maybe you do.
Let me explain my position down here. I'm down here for 2 reasons.
He took our furniture out, and me and my kids didn't have a place to sleep on. We had to sleep on a darn floor, and that's why I'm out tonight looking for a place for my kids to sleep.
Well, let me explain my position, if I may. I'm down here for 2 reasons. One, to keep the peace. The other is to see if the children are not being neglected or left alone.
They're not neglected at all.
Well, your husband says one of the boys was sick.
Well, they wouldn't when I left.
May I ask you a question?
They were playing around, and I fixed the both a sandwich before I left.
May I ask you a question? What would have happened, say, one of them had become very seriously ill?
The telephone number was right there in the book.
What would have happened if you'd had a fire and they wouldn't have been able to call you?
They would have called.
You know, people do die in fires.
They do die in fires. But what are you going to do when you're left alone? You ain't got a darn place to stay. Don't you have to get out and find a place to live? When he goes to work tonight, I said, where's the kids going to sleep tonight? He says, I don't give a darn, on the floor. And that's where you...
Look, I don't see any reason why you're yelling at me. I'm not
either, but he has been yelling at me ever since my furniture went out this door.
Just a minute. I'm not yelling at you. I'm trying to talk to you civilly. I don't see why you're yelling at me.
If you don't let me get out the door, will you?
Don't tell me what to do. I'm running a police investigation.
I'm investigating.
I want to talk to you civilly and nicely and decently.
Don't think I was sick when my
Just a minute. I'm not going to waste my time here. We'll go down to the station and talk about it. I'm telling you that what I can see, I know nothing of your background, of your past, of your troubles.
Why, I can't explain anything.
What I can see is that your children are not under the proper environment. And under the state law, if they're not under the proper environment, they're going to be taken away from you and placed in a home. That is the state's law.
Well, did you blame me tonight going out looking for
I don't blame you for going out, but I blame you for not taking proper care of the children, having a babysitter or somebody come in and watch them. Those children could have died.
If I didn't have a cent in my pocket, how was I going to have a babysitter? He had it all.
You had $200 I left.
You had it. You got it right there in your pocket. I didn't have a cent.
Did you tell your husband you were going out tonight?
I didn't tell him, no.
Did you ask him for some money for a babysitter?
He wouldn't give it to me anyway.
Did you ask him?
I didn't ask him. You give him money for our dinner. You gave me $2 to go over here and get our dinner tonight because we don't have a stove out here to cook on. We don't.
What are your plans now?
Right on the floor.
I mean, so we don't have another call down here.
That's all. We're going to sleep here on the floor.
Well, can you get along without another disturbance? Or
yeah. I don't mean disturbance. I don't mean fighting or anything.
Madam, when you opened that door and came out to me, I would say that you do believe in disturbances.
No, I do not.
Why did you slam the door in my face?
It's because he went out there for why, I don't know. Why he called it law, I'll never understand.
Well, it's our job to come down and find out what
I know it is.
What do you think, sir?
That's all I got, so it's children. I want those children taken care of. I worked nights over 12 years. I can't help I can't be here. I work 6 days a week. I can't take her out every night.
Well, let me put it this way.
They'll be taken care of you. I don't think he has to worry about a thing.
Let me put it this way. And I'm going to make a periodic check. But any time that I find the children I feel are being left alone and not cared for properly, I'm going to take the children and place them in juvenile hall, and then I'm going to file charges against whoever I feel is responsible for it, either you or your husband or both of you, and let the court determine it.
It's your privilege.
Well, it's not a privilege. It's something I don't want to do, because it doesn't actually do the children any good to have them go into juvenile court or to sit here and listen to their mother and father argue and yell and scream.
No, I don't believe that either.
We could have had a place today, see. I had all morning. I got up early to go look for a place. But she doesn't want a place for the children or for me.
I'm telling you, when he said...
She just wants a room for herself.
No, that's it. My furniture went out to the store. He put it on auction.
Who called me?
I said that was it.
Look, we're starting another argument again. I mean, it's
that's
done with that part of it.
That's between us, not you
guys.
guys.
Right. That part is over with. Right now, we've got two small children. I mean, let's think of them. If you've got a problem, it's better one of you to walk out of the house until you calm down. And we can help you by come on down to the office, and I'll be happy to talk to you any time at all. But if you just remember the children, I think you can probably get it worked out, one way or another.
Okay, fine.
Is that okay with you, ma'am?
It's fine with me.
Okay?
That's all.
All right. Feel free to call us if you need us.
Thank you very much.
Pulling out the door. Back to our car.
Five 6 to 1, clear on the 214 call. Advised.
Control 1 to 5610-4.
We've been back on patrol for a couple of hours, and it's getting pretty close to quitting time. We're swinging back in the alleys again in District 4 just to make sure that we checked out all the cars. In fact, right at this moment, we're turning off the alley and throwing the lights on the car that we removed 3 subjects from who were sleeping in the car earlier. The sergeant's stopping the car. Let's get out. It's pretty easy to see why, because when we left, the windows were rolled down. Right now, I can see that our headlights are reflecting in the glass, indicating that someone has been here and, of course, rolled them up. Let's get out now and check this thing out. Well, what do you know? Our old friend with the duckbill hat. He's back again.
I don't know how they can live in there. The window's all a little bit tight.
Doesn't seem to be possible he could even live
Those doors open on the other side?
No, he's got them locked from the inside all the way through. Well, the officers now are banging, rocking the car now. See if it'll wake him up. If he doesn't think he's in the roughest storm.
Why? Hey, open up the door. Police officers. Get out. Put your shoes on.
Here's the picture. Same fellow we gave a break to a few hours ago. Duckbill hat and all. Putting on the shoes.
You stay here a minute.
Back to our radio car.
5-6-1. Will you have a radio unit meet us in the alley between Benning and Stephen Way in the 1300 block? Transportation to the station for one suspect.
Control 1 to 5-6, 10-4. 5-1, beat 5-6, in the alley between Benning and Stephen Way in the 1300 block.
5-1, 10-4, location Washington and Wesley. We will proceed.
5-6-1. Request record and warrant check on one suspect.
Well, the uniform car will be along in just a moment. The sergeant is requesting a check by the downtown office to see if this suspect has any former arrest. See, of course, if there's any warrants outstanding against him. Well, let's go over and have a look at the car that the suspect was sleeping in. Wine bottles. Dirty blankets. Things are about the same as before, except for perhaps another wine bottle. Sergeant's coming over here now, picking up that half-filled wine bottle, holding it over a trash can. One bottle bit the dust.
Oh, we told you not to come back. Mm-hmm. What'd you come back for?
Yeah, just come down here, walking down here, and come back. And
apparently, you don't appreciate a break. Is that right?
Yes, I do, sir.
Told you not to stay in this car and sleep in this car.
Okay.
Well, when I talked to you earlier, why, I told you point blank to go on about your way, get a room, someplace to stay, not to sleep in this car. You don't give us much choice.
I'm sorry.
Rolling in now. The district uniform car. Officer Bill Hebbart and his partner.
Yeah, one of them's back. Want to take him on in? Yeah. You search him? Yeah. I better check him over a little bit.
Oh, give me a break, fellas.
You had a break. You were warned earlier. Told you to leave. You remember?
No, I know.
You don't remember my telling you not to come back to this car?
I don't remember you talking to me anyway.
What?
Huh.
Bill, after you get through booking him, better check and give him some coffee and some sandwiches. I don't think he's had much to eat.
Suspect is being placed in the back seat of car 5-1. Uniformed officer in the back with him. Moving on back to headquarters. Now, let's move back to our radio car.
Well, Perk, this sure has
Control
a funny...
156. On your suspect, no present want by LA or local. However, suspect has a long misdemeanor record, including 17 drunk arrests, 2 vagrancies, and 2 502s since 1935.
5610-4. The suspect's on his way into the station in 5-1. We're clearing into the station for end of watch.
5610-4.
What you have just heard is real, recorded as it actually happened. And now back to police headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
Tonight's case of the 3 men found living in an abandoned car is seldom encountered in our city. However, the one suspect taken into custody was booked for vagrancy and City Ordinance 447, plain intoxication. Due to the long list of arrests of this man, the court directed that he be sent to the Honor Farm and be treated for alcoholism. The final case of the family quarrel is just one example of the many behind-the-scenes problems faced by your police officers. The average citizen, except in time of emergency, has little direct contact with his police department. Consequently, few are aware of the work now being done in crime prevention. The investigation tonight is an example. The argument was settled, and our Juvenile Bureau followed up just to be sure the children are taken care of. Crime prevention, another phase of police work, and another reason why we are presenting the actual happenings on the night watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have just heard on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of your police department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hadlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by police recorder Don.
Reporting in service. Starting mileage 19,438. 19438. Officers Perkins and DeVoe.
Control under 5610-4. 6:09 p.m. Starting night watch.
This is Don Reed, a police recorder. You're riding in the back seat of a detective unit just reporting in service on the night watch. I don't know if it...
Control 1 has received complaints that first have been seen loitering in the alleys and in parked cars, like the area district at KMA 394.
5610-4. Taking a note of that information. We'll be patrolling those alleys a little more frequently tonight. As I started to say, the people you hear are not actors. This is it. This is real. This is what happens on the night watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors, there is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We switch you to Detective Unit 5-6 and Police Recorder Don Reed.
Five, 6 to 1.
Control 1 to 5-6. Go ahead.
5-6, requesting a time check.
Control 1 to 5-6. 10:23 p.m. KMA 394.
5-6-10-4.
Well, tonight's been pretty much of routine patrolling. We had a tip that a cigar store might be held up. We staked out on it for 2 hours, waited. nothing happened. So for the past half hour, we've been cruising up and down alleys in this district looking for suspicious persons that might be sleeping in cars. Right at the moment, we're moving down a very dark alley. Our lights are out. Slow speed. I'd say it's rather bumpy. And off to the left, right here, is another parked car sandwiched in between two buildings. Well, we've checked out about 10 cars so far. So, here's number 11. Well, this one appears to be vintage of about 1937. Possibly abandoned. Flat tires. Throwing a light in the car. Wow. Kino. Damn. What do we got in here, Sergeant? 1.
Police officers, open up the door.
2, 3. 3 men asleep here.
What are you fellows doing in here?
Oh, just sleeping.
Sleeping? Well, that's all if you get out on the other side over there, huh?
Back away from the car for a moment. 3 subjects are slowly getting out of the car. I might say it reeks of wine. Let's move in here.
Come on. Turn around. Take your hands out of your pocket.
Brief look at the subjects under the lights. Unshaven. Wrinkled clothes. And one wearing a large duckbill hat.
What do you got in this box in here?
It's a razor.
It's a razor?
Yes, sir.
You better use that razor. Okay, you stand over here next to your buddy. Okay. Turn around. What do you got in your box? Razor?
Razor.
Well, you use yours anyway. No.
Listen, fellas. I got money and I want to go get a room. May I?
Why didn't you do it before you went to sleep in the car here?
Well, we just come by here and we got to drink a little bit, you know.
This isn't your first night.
Yeah. It's mine. That's fine.
Who's the car belong to?
I don't know.
How old are you?
41.
Mm-hmm. Where do you live when you normally live?
I live at the beach.
The beach?
Mm-hmm.
You living down there now?
Yeah.
You got a room down there?
Mm-hmm.
You paying for it?
My naturally.
What's your room number down here?
10.
What?
He's got the key. He's got
what number is it?
10.
10 or 22? Which?
22. It's 10. The room's 10, but it's 22, but the room is 10. See, they got the...
That's not much of a key. Broken off. How do you use that?
It's a short key. Well, it's probably not much of a room.
It's a short key. I hope the room isn't as short as the key is.
It's not very much of a key.
You
room, I'll tell you that.
Where'd you stay last night? Did you stay in the car last night?
Mm-hmm.
All right, now let's get something straight. Just about 2 minutes ago, I asked you if you'd stayed here last night, and you said no.
So I didn't, but he did.
I just asked all 3 of you if you'd stayed here last night.
Oh, no.
You all denied. Now, wait a minute. Let me talk. You guys have been sleeping in this car for some time. We know.
I am.
This man's going to faint here, Sergeant. Go over here and sit down by the car. Huh? You sit down.
No.
Assisting the subject over to the car, he broke out in a cold, icy sweat pouring from his face.
You okay? You got anything wrong with you? You sick or anything?
No, sir. I'm sort of sick. Just sweating.
Too much wine?
Just too much.
You scared?
Too much.
What are you sweating for?
Just drank too much.
You're not sick?
No sick.
Nothing wrong with you? Well, so we were on the side of the car. They were sleeping in here, pulled up in the back of a lot. I've been among some weeds. Let's see if we can determine anything unusual about it. Bread in the glove compartment. Food on the floor. Coffee pot in the back. Over the back seat. A couple of blankets. Well, this is not my idea of living. You got exactly 10 minutes to get out of Culver City. Okay, sir. And you're going to stay out. Okay. Come in here and act like normal citizens. Behave yourselves. Fine. Okay, sir. There's wine drinking and sleeping in cars.
Give us a break that way? Thank you.
All three of you.
Okay. Well, can we catch a bus?
You've got 10 minutes to get it. That boy, you two. 10 minutes.
Well, I don't know. That's his business. I don't know
about
him.
Start going. Don't want to see you around town again.
Okay.
There they go. Across the parking lot. Two bareheaded, the other still wearing that duck-billed hat. Silhouetted against the streetlights. Three figures disappearing in the darkness.
Five, 6 to 1. We've checked all the alleys in District 4. We found 3 suspects in one car, sent them on their way. We're back on patrol.
Control 1 to 5-6, 10-4. Will you follow up on this call? 2432 El Tura. 2432 El Tura in a van. 214 CMA 394.
5-6-10-4. We'll handle it.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of a detective unit on its tour of duty. The people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch. We return you now to Car 5-6, answering a radio call, and police recorder Don Reed.
We'll be at the scene of this 214 call in just a moment. That means a disturbance. Well, what's the deal on this, Perk? Didn't we get a telephone call on this address earlier in the evening?
Yes, Don, we did. I don't know. It seems that there's been an argument over leaving the kids alone or something, and all the furniture's been moved out. They were going to move. I don't know. It's a confused deal.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Well, here we are. Standing under a porch light. Small bungalow.
I called him earlier, the kids were all alone. I come home.
I talked to you on the phone. I was
earlier in the evening?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I felt pretty good after I talked to you. You told me if she got home, I should just call her and everything. And I was all upset. Now she come home, and I called over, and I said that she was on now, and she just...
You want us to talk to her?
Well, all I want to know is I saw a car pull up over there, and they sit there for a while, and then they took off. Well, I'd like to have an explanation as to where she was. That's all I care. But, I mean, a lot of things are going to happen around here. We got all our stuff moved out of here, and we were supposed to get an apartment today.
Why don't you cancel the other car? I already know about it, so we can...
Tell the kids, the boy was sick when I called from the shop. And he's all alone. I don't like that. I don't miss no time down there.
What are you doing popping off out there?
I'm not popping off.
All right, get here and shut your mouth.
Oh, just a minute, lady. Just a minute.
These are officers
from the police department.
I know you're a police department. Come in here and see all these kids after late. I've been out here all evening looking for a darn motel for these kids.
Just a minute.
Oh, come on in and see for yourself.
Wait a minute.
Look, see how how the kids have to sleep
I'll be
on
in
the
a
floor.
second. As soon as I talk to this gentleman, I'll talk to you.
Yeah, talk to him. I've been out all evening looking for these kids to sleep in a motel. And he went to work and he...
Look, let's talk and then we'll come in and talk to you, okay?
Why don't you talk to both of us together?
I'd rather talk to one at a time.
No, I'd rather you talk to both of us.
I'm making an investigation. I'll do it my way, not your way.
But 2 nights...
I've been called down here.
For
I'm
3
going to talk to
nights,
this
my
gentleman
kids have
first.
been sleeping on the floor.
At the present time, madam, you're creating a disturbance. Now, if you'll kindly keep quiet and let me talk to this gentleman, I'll be in and talk to you.
Well, come in and talk. If you see how we have to sleep, brother, I think you'll
All right,
talk
I'll be in
twice.
just a minute. I'll be in just a minute.
Tuesday they come and they took all our furniture, see. Well, I knew it was gone, but I figured after we got rid of it, or maybe we'd transfer out of here, or go someplace else. Get away from this gang.
Now, these children, how long were they left alone tonight?
Well, now, I go to work at 4:30, but I checked at 8:30, and Junior was crying, and they didn't have any. He said he was sick, see.
How old are the children?
9 and 6.
Is there anybody here to take care of them during the time?
No, see, I called at 8:30, and he was all alone then.
Let's go inside and talk to your wife and get the other side of the story. In the house, room completely bare. On the floor, blankets spread out. 2 little youngsters sitting here, probably wondering what this is all about. Can we talk to you now? Is it your side?
Oh, I'm right here. What do you want?
I'd like to know what it's all about.
I've been out all evening looking for these kids and myself a place to stay.
Been drinking tonight?
No, I haven't been drinking.
I can smell it right over here.
Well, maybe I had one beer, but that's all.
What time did you go out this evening?
Oh,
7:30.
about 7:30.
What time did you get back?
I don't know, I wasn't up.
About a half hour ago or so.
Who was taking care of the children while you were gone?
They were sleeping.
I asked you who was taking care of them.
Nobody was taking care of them. I told them where I was at, and if anything they wanted, they should call me. And they knew this lady's number. She used to be our neighbor next door.
See, we're interested in the fact that children are under proper supervision, not neglected or left alone.
They're not neglected. My kids have never been neglected. For the last 10 years, I've never lived with this darn guy.
Well, what about tonight?
Until my furniture went out, by gosh, 2 days ago. Well, I think we lived very darn happily. Until the darn auction truck come up about 2 days ago and took our furniture out of this house. From that day, I said, that guy's through, and I'm through with him, and I don't give a darn with you. You're the law. I don't care what you are.
Well, I do.
Well, I don't.
I have a job to do.
Maybe you do.
Let me explain my position down here. I'm down here for 2 reasons.
He took our furniture out, and me and my kids didn't have a place to sleep on. We had to sleep on a darn floor, and that's why I'm out tonight looking for a place for my kids to sleep.
Well, let me explain my position, if I may. I'm down here for 2 reasons. One, to keep the peace. The other is to see if the children are not being neglected or left alone.
They're not neglected at all.
Well, your husband says one of the boys was sick.
Well, they wouldn't when I left.
May I ask you a question?
They were playing around, and I fixed them both a sandwich before I left.
May I ask you a question? What would have happened, say, one of them had become very seriously ill?
The telephone number was right there in the book.
What would have happened if you'd had a fire and they wouldn't have been able to call you?
They would have called.
You know, people do die in fires.
They do die in fires. But what are you going to do when you're left alone? You ain't got a darn place to stay. Don't you have to get out and find a place to live? When he goes to work tonight, I said, where's the kids going to sleep tonight? He says, I don't give a darn, on the floor. And that's where you...
Look, I don't see any reason why you're yelling at me. I'm not
either, but he has been yelling at me ever since my furniture went out this door.
Wait just a minute. I'm not yelling at you. I'm trying to talk to you civilly. I don't see why you're yelling at me.
If you don't let me get out the door, will you stay out?
Don't tell me what to do. I'm
telling
on a police
you.
investigation.
I'm investigating too.
I want to talk to you civilly and nicely and decently.
Don't think I was sick when my
Just a
furniture...
minute. I'm not going to waste my time here. We'll go down to the station and talk about it. I'm telling you that what I can see, I know nothing of your background, of your past, of your troubles.
Why, I can't explain anything.
What I can see is that your children are not under the proper environment. And under the state law, if they're not under the proper environment, they're going to be taken away from you and placed in a home. That is the state's law.
Well, did you blame me tonight going out looking for
I don't blame you for going out, but I blame you for not taking proper care of the children, having a babysitter or somebody come in and watch them. Those children could have
If I
died here
didn't have a
tonight.
cent in my pocket, how was I going to have a babysitter? He had it all.
You had $200 I left.
You had it. You've got it right there in your pocket. I didn't have a cent.
Did you tell your husband you were going out tonight?
I didn't tell him, no.
Did you ask him for some money for a babysitter?
He was to give it to me anyway.
Did you ask him?
I didn't ask him.
Money when I left.
You give him money for our dinner. You gave me $2 to go over here and get our dinner tonight because we don't have a stove out here to cook on. We don't.
What are your plans now?
Right on the floor.
I mean, so we don't have another call down here.
That's all. We're going to sleep here on the floor.
Well, can you get along without another disturbance? Or
Yeah. I don't mean disturbance. I don't mean fighting or anything.
Madam, when you opened that door and came out to me, I would say that you do believe in disturbances.
No, I do not.
Why did you slam the door in my face?
It's because he went out there for a while. I don't know. Why he called it law, I'll never understand.
Well, it's our job to come down and find out.
I know it is.
What do you think, sir?
That's all I got, so it's children. I want those children taken care of. I worked nights over 12 years. I can't help I can't be here. I work 6 days a week. I can't take her out every night.
Well, let me put it this way.
They'll be taken care of you. I don't think he has to worry about a thing.
Let me put it this way. And I'm going to make a periodic check. But any time that I find the children I feel are being left alone and not cared for properly, I'm going to take the children and place them in juvenile hall, and then I'm going to file charges against whoever I feel is responsible for it, either you or your husband or both of you, and let the court determine it.
It's your privilege.
Well, it's not a privilege. It's something I don't want to do, because it doesn't actually do the children any good to have them go into juvenile court or to sit here and listen to their mother and father argue and yell and scream.
No, I don't believe that either.
We could have had a place today, see? I had all morning. I got up early to go look for a place. But she doesn't want a place for the children or for me.
I'm telling you, when he
She just wants a room for herself.
No, that's it. My furniture went out to the store. He put it on auction.
Who called you?
I said that was it.
Look, we're starting another argument again. I mean, it's
that's
done with that part of it.
That's between us, not you
That's
guys.
right. That part is over with. Right now, we've got two small children. I mean, let's think of them. If you've got a problem, it's better one of you to walk out of the house until you calm down. And we can help you by come on down to the office, and I'll be happy to talk to you any time at all. But if you just remember the children, I think you can probably get it worked out, one way or another.
Okay, fine.
Is that okay with you, ma'am?
It's fine with me.
Okay?
That's all.
All right. Feel free to call us if you need us.
Thank you very much.
Moving out the door. Back to our car.
Five 6 to 1, clear on the 214 call. Advised.
Control 156 10-4.
We've been back on patrol for a couple of hours, and it's getting pretty close to quitting time. We're swinging back in the alleys again in District 4 just to make sure that we checked out all the cars. In fact, right at this moment, we're turning off the alley and throwing the lights on the car that we removed 3 subjects from who were sleeping in the car earlier. Sergeant stopping the car. Let's get out. It's pretty easy to see why, because when we left, the windows were rolled down. Right now, I can see that our headlights are reflecting in the glass, indicating that someone has been here and, of course, rolled them up. Let's get out now and check this thing out. Well, what do you know? Our old friend with the duckbill hat. He's back again.
I don't know how they can live in there. The window's all a little bit tight. Doesn't seem to be possible he could even live there.
Those doors open on the other side?
No, he's got them locked from the inside all the way through. Well, the officers now are banging, rocking the car now. See if it'll wake him up. If he doesn't think he's in the roughest storm.
Why?
Hey, open up the door. Police officers.
Get out. Put your shoes on.
Here's the picture. Same fellow we gave a break to a few hours ago. Duck bill hat and all. Putting on the shoes.
You stay here a minute.
Back to our radio car.
5-6-1. Will you have a radio unit meet us in the alley between Benning and Stephen Way in the 1300 block? Transportation to the station for one suspect.
Control 1 to 5-6, 10-4. 5-1, beat 5-6 in the alley between Benning and Stephen Way in the 1300 block.
5-1-10-4, location Washington and Wesley. We will proceed.
5-6-1, request record and warrant check on one suspect.
The uniform car will be along in just a moment. The sergeant is requesting a check by the downtown office to see if this suspect has any former arrest. See, of course, if there's any warrants outstanding against him. Well, let's go over and have a look at the car that the suspect was sleeping in. Wine bottles, dirty blankets. Things are about the same as before, except for perhaps another wine bottle. Sergeant's coming over here now, picking up that half-filled wine bottle, holding it over a trash can. One bottle bit the dust.
Bobby told you not to come back. Mm-hmm. What'd you come back for?
Yeah, just come down here, walking down here and come back and...
Apparently you don't appreciate a break, is that right?
Yes, I do, sir.
Told you not to stay in this car and sleep in this car.
Okay.
When I talked to you earlier, I told you point blank to go on about your way, get a room, someplace to stay, not to sleep in this car. You don't give us much choice.
I'm sorry.
Rolling in now. The district uniform car. Officer Bill Hebbart and his partner.
Yeah, one of them's back. Want to take him on in? Yeah. You search him? Yeah. Okay, go check him over a little bit.
Oh, give me a break, fellas.
You had a break. You were warned earlier. Told you to leave. You remember?
No, I know.
You don't remember my telling you not to come back to this car?
I don't remember you talking to me last.
What? Bill, after you get through booking him, better check and give him some coffee and some sandwiches. I don't think he's had much to eat.
Suspect is being placed in the back seat of car 5-1. Uniformed officer in the back with him. Moving on back to headquarters. Now, let's move back to our radio car. Well, Perk, this sure has been a funny...
156, on your suspect. No present want by Elliot local. However, suspect has a long misdemeanor record, including 17 drunk arrests, 2 vagrancies, and 2 502s since 1935.
5-6-10-4. The suspect's on his way into the station in 5-1. We're clearing into the station for end of watch.
5-6-10-4.
What you have just heard is real, recorded as it actually happened. And now back to Police Headquarters in Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
Tonight's case of the 3 men found living in an abandoned car is seldom encountered in our city. However, the one suspect taken into custody was booked for vagrancy and City Ordinance 447, plain intoxication. Due to the long list of arrests of this man, the court directed that he be sent to the Honor Farm and be treated for alcoholism. The final case of the family quarrel is just one example of the many behind-the-scenes problems faced by your police officers. The average citizen, except in time of emergency, has little direct contact with his police department. Consequently, few are aware of the work now being done in crime prevention. The investigation tonight is an example. The argument was settled, and our Juvenile Bureau followed up just to be sure the children are taken care of. Crime prevention, another phase of police work, and another reason why we are presenting the actual happenings on the Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have just heard on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of your police department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hadlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by police recorder Don.
Calling all detectives. A man confesses a crime involving murder, even though he took no part in it. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. If you ask me, Jerry Browning, private detective, what is justice, all I can tell you is I know it when I see it. Crimes of violence run in bunches. A couple of hoodlums will get together and spread terror in a city or a district until you catch up with them. That's why Lieutenant Dawson and I were cruising in the patrol car.
Cars 4, 16, 23, go to 18th and Westwood, signal 6.
Signal 6 was armed robbery. We were less than half a mile from the address given. Dawson shouted, "Jerry, watch out for suspicious-looking characters. We may catch up with these babies. I see somebody right now. Stop!" The man I saw was hurrying along across the street and keeping to the shadows. I dashed after him. "Hold it, I'll shoot!" He had no chance to escape. I frisked him swiftly, took his gun. "What's your name? Where are you going?"
"None of your business, copper."
Dawson came up.
"Got one of them, eh? Say, I know you. You're Frankie Cobbler. Hold out your wrist."
We shoved the sullen hoodlum into the police car, went on another couple of blocks to the scene of the robbery, a small grocery store. There'd been 2 men involved in the robbery, we learned, and the store proprietor, an old man, was shot in the shoulder by one of the trigger-happy mugs. By the time we got there, the old man had already been taken to a hospital. Dawson turned to his prisoner.
"Who was on the job with you, Cobbler? You'll never know, copper."
Up to that point, it was strictly routine stuff. But 2 hours later, another prowl car surprised 2 men in the act of holding up a gas station. Under questioning, they admitted the grocery store holdup and insisted that they'd never heard of Frankie Cobbler. Along about then, we also got word that the wounded grocer had gone into shock and was dead. A tough young hoodlum didn't deny taking part in a holdup, even though 2 other men subsequently confessed the crime. At police headquarters, our first prisoner, Frankie Cobbler, was brought to Lieutenant Dawson's office.
"Cobbler, it's a murder rap. The grocer's dead."
Cobbler gulped and looked sick. Then he shrugged.
"It's tough. A bum break."
Dawson looked at me, spread his hands in a helpless gesture. I turned to Cobbler. "Frankie, did you ever hear of Tom Stafford and Mike DeWinter?" Cobbler shook his head.
"No. Who are they?"
"Couple of guys who want to save your neck." Cobbler's eyes became alert again.
"You mean you got the guys who really stuck up the joint? Oh, that's for sure a break."
"Frankie, why did you say you were in on that job when you weren't?"
"I never said I was. You did. I mean, when a cop wants to get you, if you deny it, he'll just beat it out of you."
Dawson gave him a look of contempt.
"Nobody touched you, and you know it. Now get out of here." Jerry, that cobbler's one of the toughest mugs in town. I just don't get him.
I think I can give you the answer, Dawson, but I'd rather prove it first. I drove back to Westwood Avenue where we'd picked up Cobbler. It was a neighborhood of run-down apartment buildings, untidy homes, tiny stores. At that hour of night, only the taverns were open. I cruised up and down the empty street, saw nothing out of the ordinary until... A man spun around as he heard my footsteps.
Oh, it's just you, Browning.
Yeah, Pete. Just me. What were you expecting? Pete smiled thinly.
Nobody in particular.
Is that why you've got your hand on a gun in your pocket?
Look, Browning, you ain't a bad guy considering what you do. But you'll live lots longer if you don't go borrowing trouble.
I took a long chance. I'm not borrowing anything, Pete. I'm looking for Frankie Cobbler, too. Pete took his hand out of his pocket.
How did you find out?
Since I couldn't answer that one, I ignored it. Take my advice, Pete. Don't make me stop looking for Frankie and start looking for you. Well, now I had a little to go on. Pete Morden was muscle man and bodyguard for Happy Joe Alden, the bookmaker. Any time Pete went out gunning, it was a cinch he was on Happy Joe's business. Happy Joe's place was in back of a pool room on 16th Street. When I got there, the place was lighted but deserted. Happy Joe did business in a big back room. He was there, sitting at a desk, looking as happy as anybody could, with 3 bullet holes in his chest. It's an eerie feeling to cruise the streets of a sleeping city at 2, 3, 4 in the morning, but that's exactly what I did. By 4, the very latest of the late spots closed their doors, and at 4:15, I got out of my parked car as Frankie Cobbler came darting down the street. Hello, Frankie, what's your hurry? Cobbler froze in his tracks.
I ain't gonna run. Give me a break. Don't shoot.
I walked closer, let him get a good look at me. Frankie, you sure are a nervous type. Afraid of cops, afraid of anybody, it looks like.
You again. What do you want this time?
You, Frankie. I want you to admit that you killed Happy Joe Alden. That's why you confessed the grocery store holdup before you realized what a rap it was. Because you just killed Happy Joe and couldn't explain where you'd been. Frankie laughed.
Were you dumb shamus? You really expect me to tell you I killed Happy Joe just like that?
I expect you to confess, Frankie, but not just like that. You haven't got a gun. The police took it away from you, which leaves you practically naked. I jerked my thumb back over my shoulder. Pete Morden is gunning for you, Frankie. If I don't get you, he will. We both heard the quiet footsteps down the block. We looked, but there was nothing to see. It might have been a late celebrator entering a building. Or Pete Morden, waiting. I turned to Frankie. It's the breaks. You haven't been getting them tonight, Frankie. Huh? What do you say?
Okay. I killed him, but it was self-defense.
Save it for the jury. Let's go, Frankie. And that's how Dawson got credit for solving 2 murders in one night. A poor elderly grocer and a bookmaker who was pressing too hard for the payment of back debts. Like I said, justice is only a word until it's aimed at you. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Bedside Manners.
Get your hat and hit the street.
Get your paper. Hi, Mr. Marlowe.
Hi, Tommy.
Paper tonight?
Okay, kid. Here you are.
Thanks. Take it easy now.
Sure.
Hey, Mr. Marlowe, you can't. Mr. Marlowe, watch the car Driver, right light. Hey, Chad, call an ambulance. Somebody hang on, Mr. Marlowe. Don't try to move. You're going to be okay. Just take it easy.
Yeah, that's the way it happened. 2 weeks ago. When they scraped me up off the pavement, I felt like everything must have been broken. But finally, the doctor boiled it all down to a fractured tibia and assorted bruises. Headed me 10 days in the hospital, tangled up with enough pulleys, weights, and trapeze bars to rig a circus tent. After which, I managed to get sprung to the peace and quiet of my own apartment. There, on a special bed in my living room, I spent 4 days scratching my broken leg through an inch of plaster cast while I worried about the business I was missing. Until finally, Ordine Patterson, a girl with a multi-million-dollar estate I'd worked for once, insisted on seeing me immediately about a job, one she was sure I could handle, even flat on my back.
Phil, it's about my brother, Maynard.
Oh, another jam, huh?
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute, I gotta get comfortable. I guess your father knew his son pretty well when he left. Yeah, he left all that dough in your hands, Ordine.
Yes, only this time, I sincerely believe Maynard's learned his lesson, Phil. He's worried sick. And frankly, so am I.
So am I, if I can straighten this leg out. Well, if you think I can help in this condition, it can't be too serious.
Right.
Hey, before you sit down, reach me a cigarette, will you?
Yeah, sure. Sure, Phil. Here it is.
Oh, thanks.
Phil, last Saturday night, Maynard went out on a binge. He got home at 4 o'clock in the morning, awfully intoxicated.
Well, it's not unusual for Maynard, is it?
No, except this time he was frightened, Phil. Scared stiff.
Oh, what about?
Well, that's just the point. We don't know. He was so drunk he couldn't remember anything. Didn't know where he'd been or with whom. Oh, Phil, it was terrible.
Well, if this was last Saturday, why are you so worried? Anything had happened, surely by now you'd have heard.
Yes, but something did happen, Phil.
Oh?
This morning I got a phone call from a man who meant business, believe me.
Mm-hmm.
I made notes on a memo pad while he talked, so I wouldn't forget any of it. Here, that bag, here, read it.
Oh. This is fish. Fish?
Yes, fish.
Tell Maynard 50 G's. Important. Money by tomorrow or trouble.
Then he hung up on me, Phil.
Fish. Did you and Maynard ever hear of him before?
Well, I certainly didn't, and when I asked Maynard, he didn't know him either. He had a cold, heavy voice, and spoke with a thick lisp.
You want me to peg this fish for you?
Yes, so I'll know why Maynard owes that much money.
Well, now, look, baby, I'm bedridden. I'm stuck. I can't even move.
I know that, Phil, but you have the phone here, a lot of contacts, and plenty of diplomacy. If this is something I can get Maynard out of by paying that money, then I'll pay.
Okay, baby, I'll try. But look, if it's outside the law...
You'll turn Maynard in. Yes, I'm aware of that.
All right, where do I start? Where did he start Saturday?
At the Colony Club with a female named Fay Altman. Mm-hmm. Well, whatever happened must have begun there. That's why I thought of you, Phil. You know the Colony Club.
Well, I know there's Scotch as Johnny Walker, and Sid Rayfield's the owner, that's all.
Well, that may be enough. Will you want to talk to Maynard?
Yeah. Send him over in about an hour, will you?
Yes, he'll be here. And that Altman girl's number is Sunset, 0144.
0144.
Yes.
Okay, Ordine, I'll get him. At least my dial finger isn't... Oh, just a minute. Hello?
That's Fish, Marlowe.
What?
Fish. I know my pigeon's with you now. I followed her. Don't clip her wings, pal. Back out now while you still can. I'm warning you.
Phil, who was that? You look upset.
Yeah, well, my my horse just ran fourth. Look, you better run along now, Ordine.
Well, okay, Phil.
And stay out of dark corners, huh? spite of my sitting duck position, I told myself that a private detective who listens to warnings today is out of business tomorrow. So I put in a call for Sid Rayfield at the Colony Club. Sid was out, so I left a message for him to get in touch with me. Next, I tried Fay Altman, but the Sunset number went unanswered. After that, I started checking for the next best thing to legs I could think of. A guy named Hunger Malloy. By profession, a roving bookie, by appearance a slouch and threadbare hound's tooth propped against any convenient lamppost. Hunger, by some peculiar instinct, either knew or could find out about anything, especially slightly illegal. And because I'd once pried him out of a tight spot, he loved me like a brother. I finally located him in a pool hall on Melrose and told him what I needed to know. He promised it was as good as done and was off to the Colony Club and I would hear from him. Well, that left me with nothing to do but scratch my cast again, worry about my gun being in the desk drawer in my office, think about fish, and wait. Things went like that for 45 minutes, and then... Come in. Who is it? Who's there?
Why, it's me. Hunger.
Oh.
What's the matter, Philip? You're jumpy.
Yeah, I'm real glad to see you, fella.
Likewise. How you feeling under the weather, huh?
Yeah.
How's the pain?
No, it's bothering me a little.
Look, I brought you some flowers.
Oh, Hunger, you shouldn't have.
I know. I tried to get long stems, but them plants in the park ain't doing so good this year. Hey, listen, are you sure you gave me the right dope on the phone, Philip?
Sure, I'm sure. Why? What'd you find out?
Oh, that's just it. Nothing. I went to the Colony Club and got talking around, but not one thing worth noticing went on there Saturday night.
Well, maybe it started there and moved out, huh?
I tried that. Some of the customers went out to the valley after to shoot little dice. Another bunch moved down to that big joint on Adams for some poker. That's all.
Gambling, huh? Could be a gambling setup. Were they big games?
No, just the usual. Nothing extra at all.
Oh.
And especially I couldn't pin down a thing on any 50 G's changing hands.
Are you positive, Hunger?
Well, you don't ask too many questions in that league, Philip, but I'm pretty sure nobody got rich right I heard, you know? I got a hint at least.
Yeah, well, look, what about this guy named Fish?
Blank. Some new faces in town, but no high rollers answering to Fish.
And the background on Fay Altman?
Yeah, some. Pick and shovel queen, in a nice way.
Uh-huh.
Been digging nuggets here and there for a year or so. The latest is the gill-edge punk you want to know about, Maynard Patterson.
Uh-huh.
Say, can I have one of these?
Yeah, go ahead, feed your face.
Incidentally, they was among those present at the colony Saturday night, if that means something to you. And that's about it, Philip.
Okay, Hunger, thanks a million.
I'm sorry I couldn't be more help, but I think you're getting a bum pitch.
Oh, well.
No, in fact, visitors. Hey, I got a back way out of here. It won't look so good.
Sure. Bedroom, Hunger. You can go out the window and down the fire escape. Hey, wait a minute. Is that a new shirt?
No, I come into a bit of clink, so I had it washed. I hope you're feeling better, Philip. I'll see you.
Yeah, thanks. Oh, come in.
Dean, my sister said you wanted to see me, Mr. Marlowe. Sorry about your leg.
I'm sorry about it, too. I can't get comfortable. Hey, I hear you really tied one on the other night, huh, kid?
Yeah, but I'm through, Mr. Marlowe, I swear.
Yeah, sure. Sit down.
Oh, thanks.
What about the gambling? Lose your head over that, too?
Yeah, I guess I do. As far as my allowance goes, anyway.
Now, look, I want you to tell me all you remember about Saturday night.
Well, I went to the Colony Club with Fay. That's my girl, Fay Altman.
By the way, how do you rate stuff like Fay on your allowance?
Huh? Just a minute.
Skip it. Go ahead.
Well, I was drinking quite a bit, and by 1 o'clock, I guess I was pretty fuzzy. I lost Fay someplace. Then I went outside for some air, and from there on, it's just a blank.
Well, now, look, if you didn't pass out cold, you're bound to have some flashes you can remember. I want it all.
Well, I do remember a couple of things, Mr. Marlowe.
Oh?
They're more like a dream than anything else. I seem to remember a big, old-fashioned house. It was dark and gloomy with high ceilings and old, ornate brass chandeliers. I don't know how I got there or what I was doing.
Were you alone?
Well, I don't think so. I've got a man's face in my mind, a flabby guy in a silk shirt. He had big hands, freckles on the backs of him, with kind of a reddish hair on him. I remember him against something green.
Did he lisp?
I can't seem to remember. And just thinking about him gives me the willies, but I don't know why. I can't figure out why. I talked to Faye. She waited for me until the colony closed, and then she went home. She was pretty mad about it.
You sure that's all you can remember?
Yep. Yeah, that's everything.
Mm-hmm.
How does it make any sense at all?
Not much. Sounds like you could have been mixed up at a poker game at a green top table in an old dump on Adams. Lost your shirt to a fat guy named Fish.
You think that's all there is to it, huh?
Well, not quite all. There's the little matter of $50,000 you owe him.
50,000? Look, Mr. Marlowe, if you and Ordine get me out of this mess, I swear I'll straighten up. I'll never get into trouble again, honest.
Sonny boy, what you do later is your sister's headache, strictly. I got trouble enough lining things up so you can get off the hook. Now go on home and stay there till I call you.
Okay. Mr. Marlowe, I know you don't like me, but... Well, thanks anyhow.
$50,000. Oh. Yeah, sunset 01 4. I have to put gas on so tight.
Hello?
Faye, my name is Phil Marlowe. I've been trying to reach you for 2 hours.
Well, maybe you need longer arms, Mr. Marlowe.
No, just some conversation about Maynard Patterson. I'm in my apartment, number 210, Grenade Arms on Franklin. Can you come over?
Why would I want to talk about Maynard to you in the first place, and why don't you come over here in the second?
Well, in the first place, I'm a private detective. In the second, I got a busted leg. How about it? It's important.
Well, I've never dated a private detective with a broken leg before. It sounds interesting. I'm around the corner on Bronson. I'll be right there.
Good. Goodbye, Faye. Come on in. Well. Sid Rayfield in person yet?
Yeah. The boys at the club told me about your urgent call, Peepers, so I came right out.
Well, if I'd known you were coming, I'd have baked a snake, Sid.
Skip the cracks. I know what you want.
Well, then you're clairvoyant. Because I'm not sure myself yet.
Try this. You're working for Ordine Patterson like you did once before because that punk brother of hers is in a bad jam with one Mr. Fish. Well?
Yeah, it's quite neat. You happen to know the guy?
Yeah, Marlowe, I happen to know the guy. That's why I'm here. To tip you because you're a friend of mine, more or less. So I say leave it alone, Marlowe. Get out of it. Stay out. It's none of your business.
You know, you talk like a man with a personal angle.
What? Why, I ought to split your lip for that. I come here to do you a turn
Take
and
it easy. Mind your bedside manners, Sid. I'm an invalid.
You'll be worse than that if you don't back out of this. I'm telling you, this guy Fish is too hot to handle, Marlowe, and you better... Who's that?
How should I know? For a sick room, this joint's becoming more like Hollywood and Vine by the minute.
I took a long chance coming here. I got to get out without being seen.
Well, try the bedroom window and fire escape. Everybody else does.
Don't let him in till I'm gone. You hear? It ain't healthy.
Marlowe!
Sid, what is it?
Marlowe, I'm hit.
Sid!
Lousy silencer.
Oh, this stinking leg. Nice going, Mr. Fish. I suppose that makes me...
Mr. Marlowe, it's Mitzi from the restaurant. Are you all right, Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah, Mitzi, I'm okay. I'm fine.
Well, I thought you was talking to somebody.
No, I was reading. I didn't hear the buzzer.
Oh, yeah. I know what you mean. Sometimes I get real carried away myself.
That's fine.
Look, I fixed up your dinner. Everything just like you ordered. Here, I'll drag the
No,
table
Mitzi, I
over.
don't think I'll eat right now. Just put the tray down and beat it, huh? Like a good girl?
Yeah, but what about the dishes?
Get them in the morning. Will you get out of here? Will you go on?
Well, gee whiz, okay. Good night, Mr. Marlowe.
Okay, Fish, the girl's gone. Well, come on in. Did you hear me? I said come on in. I guess I'm as ready as I'll ever be.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, this Wednesday night, CBS brings you the premiere of a bright new musical show, The ABCs of Music, starring Robert Q. Lewis and Ralph Flanagan's orchestra. It promises a half hour of top hits and top entertainment every Wednesday on CBS, when also you hear the hilarious Groucho Marx quiz show, You Bet Your Life, and the drama of Dr. Christian. The ABCs of Music, Groucho Marx, and Dr. Christian come every Wednesday on most of these same CBS stations. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Bedside Manners.
man is never ready to die, really. Sometimes saying you are helps. Sometimes, like when you're flat on your back waiting for a killer with a silencer, might step into view through your bedroom door. I kept on waiting for 60 seconds, each as long as a fall down an empty well. Once I thought I heard the window close. At least another 5 minutes went by. Then I actually began to believe that for some reason Fish had gone away. Well, that made the scoreboard real easy to read. Sid Rayfield, a guy who knew his way around, had been killed. And I hadn't been able to do a thing about it. It was time for a call to homicide. But even as I reached for the phone, it went off. Hello. I said hello.
This is your last warning, Marlowe.
Oh, you got to a phone fast, Buster. What's on your slippery mind, Fish?
Something you'd be smart to pay attention to. You see, Marlowe, you're only still alive because it's convenient to me.
Too bad you didn't feel that way about Sid Rayfield.
Rayfield got what he deserved. And so will you. Like I said, you're only still alive because it's convenient to me. You happen to be working for the lady who holds the purse strings.
Go on.
Therefore, there's very little more, Marlowe, except this. Maynard Patterson's a lousy poker player. On Saturday night, he dropped $50,000 to me. $50,000 in two markers, Marlowe. One for $2,000, the other for $48,000. I want both paid promptly, you understand?
Not quite. Maynard Patterson doesn't remember what happened Saturday night.
So?
Oh, maybe you know all about it and you're making this up as you go along.
No, Marlowe, that's not the case. And if you drag yourself to the windowsill in your bedroom, you'll find all the proof you need.
What do you mean?
That I left one of the markers there, in a white envelope. The one for $2,000. And it's in the poor little rich boy's own handwriting. I left it there so you'd know I'm not kidding about the $48,000. I'll be in touch. So long, Marlowe.
You old lousy double crook. Come in.
Sure. Why not? How could a girl ever resist the welcome in your voice? I'm Fay Altman, private detective.
That figures.
Ah, what happened to you? Fall out of a transom or trip over a clue? Which?
Neither. It was a wisecrack, honey. I laughed so hard I fell down and broke my leg.
Let's get down to business, huh?
Yeah. For a starter, Fay, what's your connection with Maynard Patterson? How tight is the knot?
Huh? What was that again?
I said you and Maynard. Just how chummy are you two?
I thought I heard you right. You know, private detective, I don't like being pushed around.
Fay, there's a dead man in the bedroom.
A dead man? Did you say a dead man?
Sid Rayfield. He was murdered, Fay.
Oh, no. Oh, not Sid. Gee, he was a nice guy, Marlowe. Sharp, but nice.
Fay, I want you to go in there and look for an envelope on the windowsill.
An envelope? No, I don't think I want to...
It's important, Fay. I can't get out of this bed. Now, go on. It may help us tag Sid's killer.
But... Oh, all right. I'll get it. You say it's near the window... Oh!
Keep going, Kay. At the windowsill. Do you see it?
Yeah, I've got it. Here.
Oh.
Hey, the window's broken in there. Do you know it?
Yeah. Now, Fay, my question about you and Maynard, somehow or other it may count. Are you in love with him?
No. I mean, I like him all right. He's a good time, nice places, nice people, nice little presents.
But no yachts.
No, that's right. No yachts. And I like yachts, private detective. They beat rowing around in MacArthur Park, I know. I've tried them both. Anything else?
Yeah, turn it around. How does he feel about you?
Overboard, I guess. Look, you said that this might help catch Sid's killer. I like Sid, so I'd like to see that happen. But make this question a good one, because it's your last.
Fair enough. Maynard loves you, you love money. Maynard didn't have any. Now the question. Did he have any plan to change all that?
Just one. He was saving up every cent he could squeeze out of that stingy sister of his for a stake in a big card game. He was going to run it into big dough. Any help, private detective?
Yeah, if you call checking other people's stories out a help.
Which translates into what?
Maynard did just that. Only he lost it all Saturday night. Lost his stake and $50,000 more.
What? He owes that much dough?
Yeah. Now tell me, have you heard from Maynard since?
You had your last question, private detective, remember? Good night, Marlowe. It's been a big, fat pleasure.
I'll bet. Anyhow, Fay, my best to the fish.
Your very best to the fish?
Yeah.
I don't get it. What fish?
Never mind. Goodbye, baby, and don't slam the door. The lady was gone. It was time to call the police. But I was dying hard, and even as I dialed the number, I turned the envelope that had been left on the windowsill over in one hand. The envelope was the cheap kind you find in any dime store with nothing written on it. And the note itself, which read, "I owe the bearer $2,000 payable within 24 hours," was signed Maynard Patterson and dated Saturday. It was on a square piece of memo paper, and it made me think about a little item which for quite a while had been sitting last row, last seat in the back of my mind. But trying real hard to be a star pupil. Now, Marlowe, that fishing may be great. Oh, this leg. Come on, baby, be home.
Hello?
This is Marlowe, Dean.
Oh, Phil, what have you found out?
I'm not sure, but among other things, they may have caught a killer. Now, listen. Do you still have that note? You know the one you brought over here, the memo you made after Fish called? Have you got it?
Why, yes, it's in my handbag. But
Never mind
Phil...
the question. Just get it, will you?
All right, I'll only be a moment.
I'll hang on.
You better just hang up, Marlowe.
I wasn't expecting you just yet, Maynard.
Now, nor this gun, I'm sure. Hang up, Marlowe.
It'll only make a call back, you know.
Yeah. And won't my dear sister be exasperated when she keeps getting a busy signal? No matter how long she dials, only a busy signal.
The pronunciation is signal, Maynard.
Huh?
Or do I call you Fish? And don't look so surprised, your act stank. People who can't pronounce the letter S avoid it instead of going out of their way to use it as in purse strings.
My mistake, Marlowe.
Yeah, among a lot of others. You never should have been careless about the kind of paper you wrote the IOU on. Your sister, who you're trying to swindle, came in here earlier with the same jottings on a piece of paper that's got the same top edge. Irregular. Because
yeah,
no doubt...
I know. Because it was ripped off the same telephone pad. And I wouldn't have used that paper since IOUs are customarily written during or immediately after a card game. And I couldn't have been at home at the time of the game. All right, stop it, Marlowe. There's no need for any more hypotheses.
No, you can fill in all the blanks, can't you? Step by step, a rotten, tailor-made scheme to get your sister to save you by paying $50,000 to a gambler named Fish who doesn't exist.
I said stop it.
Slimy setup that began with a fake one-night stand of bottle and bond amnesia. Moved on to an also fake telephone call to Ordine from a heavy named Fish. A man with a list.
Shut up, Marlowe.
And the payoff, the confession call to me. Oh!
Yes, Mr. Marlowe, everything you say is so. But I'm still not beaten, and I won't be. You're the only one who knows all this. And even as Fish killed Sid Rayfield, Fish is going to kill you. Fish, Marlowe, not me. Fish, the ruthless gambler who never will be caught, but whom my sister will pay, nevertheless. Is that clear, Marlowe?
Not quite. Why did you kill Rayfield? He had me convinced that Fish actually existed.
Which is the reason he died. He was playing my game, Marlowe, but not for me. Somehow or other, he found out what I was doing. Maybe because he always checked carefully when anybody got too interested in Fay Altman. And he decided to help things along, then cut himself in. Well, you know the answer to that. Now, if you don't mind, turn on the radio, Marlowe.
Why? Silencer doesn't make
Turn it on. Louder. I wouldn't want anything to go wrong now, Marlowe. I've been so lucky. Lucky that I got away from my sister and was free to watch this building, this apartment. Lucky so that I could see who came and who went and act accordingly. Yeah, I've been lucky, all right. You do grant me that, don't you, Marlowe?
Yeah, sure. You've been lucky. Yeah, you've been real lucky, Patterson. Up to now. But you know how it is with luck, kid? 1 minute you have it, the next minute it runs out. Look, do you mind if I turn this off? It's putting me to sleep.
You are brave, aren't you, Marlowe?
No. Just lucky. Lucky that someone's standing behind you.
Who? The mounted police?
No. Just a guy named Hunger Malloy. It's a funny kind of a guy, Maynard. He was here earlier tonight, and he ducked out by way of the bedroom, at least. I thought he ducked out.
Oh, quit it, Marlowe.
Huh?
Now, don't budge an inch. I'm not going to turn around and give you the chance to go for that gun, which is probably under your pillow. Oh, no.
Oh, but, Maynard, you should do something. You're about to be hitting the noggin, honest, Maynard, with a VOD.
That, Marlowe, I'll believe when it happens.
He just wouldn't take your word, would he, Philip? Well, that's the way it goes. I'll see you...
Now, wait a minute, Hunger. Come back here.
I can't, pal. You got a corpse in there. That means cops. Them and me don't mix.
Don't worry about it. Just tell me before I bust. You started for the window 20 minutes ago. What happened?
Well, Philip,
What happened, Hunger?
I got delayed. After that, stuff was popping. This louse was in there, then the corpse delecti, and then the louse again at the window, leaving an envelope, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, but the delay, Hunger. Before company started coming, what was it? Well?
The truth, Philip?
Yeah, try it. It may not hurt at all.
Okay. They was on your dresser. The jazziest pair of pearl cufflinks, Philip, I seen since I used to deal in Vegas. I was attracted.
Hunger, as a last favor to a guy you've already done a big favor for, take them. The cufflinks. Go ahead, kid.
All right, Philip. As long as you put it so nice, I will. Now, like I was saying, good night, Philip.
Wait a minute, Hunger. The cufflinks. Take them with you now.
Of course. That's exactly what I'm doing, Philip. See you around.
Funny little guy. Funny name. Hunger Malloy. You know, it's a strange thing, but a broken leg makes the old wheels go round. Well, that figures. Makes you think about brakes. And that brings me back to Hunger Malloy again. The only break he ever got was in his skull. Somebody once said we make our own brakes. I don't know about that. I didn't break my leg. Or maybe I did. Did I really look where I was going? And Maynard Patterson. Look at all the breaks he had. Loads of dough. Still, he didn't know where he was going either. And Sid Rayfield. I wonder if when the slug hit him, he thought, what a lousy break.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous characters, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in our cast were Ann Stone, David Ellis, Vivi Janis, Wilms Herbert, Paul Dubov, and Frank Gerstle. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Orant. Be sure to be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time it was strictly out of whack. From a perfect hostess, who was rude to her guests, past a big red fence that ran all the way from L.A. to Palm Springs, to a second-story man stabbed to death in a basement apartment.
Don't let a rainy day find you unprepared. Start saving for that rainy day right now by buying United States savings bonds. There's nothing quite like these savings bonds. They're like a cash reserve always available when you need them, and yet they're always earning interest. If you hold on to your savings bonds until they mature, you'll get back $4 for every $3 you invest. Start providing for the future right now. Buy United States savings bonds regularly. This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
By transcription, the National Broadcasting Company presents Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy, calling Washington.
United States Counterspies, especially appointed to investigate and
combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
These Counterspy reports to the American people are brought to you each week at this time. Now, the case of the Kleptomaniac clues.
Going on a little trip, Mr. Trafford? What the? I wanted to see you before you left Frisco. Hey, who are you? And how did you get into my hotel room? What's the difference? I'll call the manager and have you... Drop that phone, Trafford. That's better. What is this? What's that gun for? What do you want? That briefcase you're carrying? What? The briefcase. Hand it over and you won't get hurt. I'll do no such thing. Give me that. You won't get away with this. Shut up. Sit down in that chair. Now, we'll just tie you up so you won't make no fuss while I'm blowing out of here. Just why are you doing this? Just why? For dough. What else? I don't know what's inside this thing, but certain people are willing to pay plenty to find out.
Well, Mitchell, you glad to be back in San Francisco again? Or is that a foolish question?
In view of being met at the boat by you, love, let's say it's a superfluous one.
Darling. Always the appropriate sentiment.
The Orient has its fascination, Elise, but it does not have you.
I hope it was dull, of course.
Oh, business was quite good, but nothing else. And speaking of business, how is our little curio shop with its clocks, knickknacks, and whatnot?
Excellent, darling.
Good.
I'm expecting a rather interesting shipment soon.
Oh? Will that mean another seagoing excursion for me?
It could. Perhaps I'll go with you this time. Would you like that?
I refuse to answer a question like that. Its intent is much too obvious.
Ah, darling. Oh, here we are.
Here you are, driver. Keep the change.
I left Doreen in charge of the shop.
Oh, how is she?
As usual. She handles the carriage trade exceedingly well.
Uh-huh.
At times I think you're a bit too interested in her.
What? Oh, nonsense, Elise. Why, she's hardly more than a child.
Yes, I know that, but do you?
Oh, Miss Monroe, you're back.
Well, hello, Doreen.
How are you, Miss Monroe? Nice to see you back.
Thank you. It's nice to be back. How have you been?
Just fine, thank you. Was your trip successful?
Mm-hmm, very.
I'm glad.
Doreen, were there any messages while I was gone?
No, Miss Pomeroy, but there's a man waiting to see you in your office.
A man?
Mr. Omac. A very curious thing happened.
Curious?
Yes, I could have sworn he deliberately put one of our teakwood figures in his pocket.
What?
And as I realized I'd seen him, he put it back on the display shelf. But perhaps it was a mistake.
Perhaps. Come along to the office, Mitchell. Mr. Omac may be a buyer.
Yes, or a seller. See you later, Doreen. That's a lovely girl.
If one likes the type.
Always waiting for somebody, that's me.
I don't like you sitting behind my desk, Omac.
Oh, excuse me. I hope I didn't soil nothing.
You have what you were sent to get?
You mean Mr. Trafford's briefcase?
You know that's what I mean. Do you have it?
Yeah, I got it.
Give it to me.
Not so fast.
Well, what is it?
There's been a change made since I first talked to you.
Change? What do you mean?
The price you're paying. I don't like it.
Oh, you don't?
No, I don't. So you'll have to make it fatter.
Tell me, love, where'd you find this cheap highwayman?
Never mind that now. Omac, we agreed on $10,000.
Yeah, well, I need 10 more.
You deceitful pig.
You know how it is. Cost of living going up and all.
I won't hear of this kind of street corner conniving.
Okay, suit yourself.
And may I ask just what will happen if you don't get what you want?
The Counterspies would love to get their hands on a little setup you've got here.
What?
You've got till tomorrow to pay my price.
You wouldn't go to the Counterspies.
No? Try me and find out.
David Harding, Counterspy Headquarters, Washington. To San Francisco Field Office. Special directive to Agent Carl Braden. Mr. George Trafford. Proceed on description of man who stole briefcase and on any other information Trafford can supply. I'm leaving by jet immediately. Have correlation of data ready for my inspection upon arrival. End of message. Oh, Miss Johnson, have you contacted Agent Peters in the St. Louis field office yet?
He's on the wire now, sir. Line number 3.
Oh, good. Hello, Peters.
How are you, Mr. Harding?
Peters, I'm leaving Washington by jet for San Francisco within the hour. I'm picking you up en route, so gauge your time carefully.
Right, what's up?
No time now. I'll fill you in later.
Okay, Chief. I'll be standing by at the St. Louis airport.
And preparatory to leaving San Francisco, Trafford stopped to rest at a hotel until his train was due to depart for Washington.
I follow most of it up to now, Mr. Harding, but,
What, Peter?
Well, who is Trafford? And just what was in this popular briefcase of his?
Well, Trafford is in no official capacity with the government, Peters. He's merely a private citizen who happens to be an astute industrial organizer.
Sort of an efficiency expert,
Yes, you could call it that.
And the big top secret in that briefcase?
A draft of plans for mobilization of certain key industries. Plans, factory locations, working schedules, objectives, probable results, so forth.
I see.
Which, of course, was intended for the hands and eyes only of the defense coordinator in D.C.
I wonder in whose hands and under what eyes they are now at this very moment.
That's what we've got to find out, Peters. And fast.
Oh, Max, this is Elise Pomeroy.
I was expecting your call.
Quite sure of yourself, aren't you?
Yeah. And I'm even more sure of you.
You still demand 10,000 more?
That's right.
I was thinking of a counter offer. Shall we say 7,500?
You know, I can't hear a word you're saying.
8,000.
I still can't hear you. So long, Miss Pomeroy.
Wait.
My price stands at 20,000. You can't auction with me. 20,000, or like I said, the briefcase goes to the Counterspies.
All right, very well. You shall have your money.
I wasn't worried for a second. Love.
Don't be insolent.
Why not? I can afford it.
I'll have the money for you at 11 o'clock tonight.
Where do I pick it up?
My home, 245 Ridgewood Drive.
Ridgewood Drive. Okay, love. I'll be there.
Here's your drink, Mitchell.
Oh, and just right. Thank you, love. To your very good health, Elise.
And to yours.
May you always feel as wonderful as you look.
And may you always be as truthful as you sound.
So much for that. Why did you ask Omac to come here to your house, Elise?
I don't want him seen near the shop again. It's much too risky, darling.
Quite a fellow, isn't he? Or should I say felon?
He's been useful.
Let's see now. Within the short space of 24 hours, he's committed a hold-up, blackmail, and incidentally gave way to a touch of kleptomania. Very impressive.
Kleptomania?
Of course, yesterday in the shop. You heard Doreen describe his attempt to palm a teakwood piece just before we arrived?
Perhaps she made it up.
Oh, come now, my dear. Does it sound so incredible, considering what Omac is? Besides, why would Doreen make up a thing like that?
I wouldn't know, would you?
No. And, by the way, she knows nothing about business transactions in the Orient, does she?
No. Unless she knows about anything concerning us, the better.
Why, Elise, I would almost think you're jealous of Doreen from your tone of voice.
Would you now?
Yes, but you've no reason to be. Look.
Oh, that must be Omac. I'll let him in. Come in.
Thank you. Well, say, quite a joint you got here. A little far from town, though, ain't it?
Do you have the briefcase?
You're looking at it. Hi, Jack.
If you're talking to me, begin again. I'll leave Jack out of it this time.
Take it easy, Governor. Just being friendly.
I'll take the briefcase if you don't mind.
First my payoff, if you don't mind.
Just as you say. I'll get it from my desk.
You mind if I have a drink? See, you got a few spread around here.
Take mine if you like. I haven't touched it.
Well, thank you. And believe me, I wouldn't mind if you did. Love.
Now, see here, Omac.
Disregard him, Mitchell.
Sure, Monroe. Do that. After tonight, you two won't be bothered with me anymore. Well, here's to the end of a beautiful friendship, huh?
Something wrong, Omac?
This drink.
Now, look at the mess you've made.
You put something in the drink.
Only a drug. A very quick, effective, and deadly poison.
I'll kill you.
A very quick poison, Omac. Even quicker when you expend energy unnecessarily.
I'll get you.
The end of a beautiful friendship. Exactly as he said.
Elise.
I should have let you in on my little plan, I suppose.
Well, I didn't expect anything like this.
Don't be so shocked, darling. After all, you realize you can't trust a blackmailer. He would have eventually given us away, you know.
You really do mean business, don't you?
Yes, Mitchell, I really do. Now let's get rid of him.
Well, that's about the size of it, Mr. Harding, and I have no idea how he got into that hotel room.
Or who could have sent him, Mr. Trevor?
No, I'm afraid not. My completion of the draft, as well as my trip to the Capitol, was strictly secret as far as I know.
But you'll be able to identify this man when we pick him up.
Oh, absolutely, Mr. Peters.
Mr. Harding, isn't it possible that he's passed the plans to another party by now?
Yes, more than likely.
Can't a new draft of your survey be substituted?
Oh, yes, certainly. With putting in another 7 or 8 months on relocations and shifting schedules. It's not the happiest situation, I can tell you.
And time's important.
So it's a question of retrieving what we have or substituting a plan which at best will be inferior to the original.
Well, we can't risk the operation of your plan, Mr. Trafford, as long as there's a chance of its being known to unfriendly powers.
Then you've got to get it back to me, sir, before it's somehow shipped out of the country.
We'll try, Mr. Trafford. You can be sure of that. We're going to try every way possible.
Well, hello, Doreen.
Mr. Monroe.
Oh, I didn't expect to find you in Elisa's office.
I was just filing some invoices. Miss Pomeroy should be back shortly.
Good. We can wait together, hmm?
Of course, Miss Monroe.
Oh, no. My name is Mitchell.
Miss Pomeroy might not like me to call you that.
Oh, Miss Pomeroy isn't here, and my friends call me by my first name. I consider you a friend.
Do you?
Yes.
I'm glad. I've always been afraid she might misunderstand.
Elise? Oh, not at all. What is there to misunderstand?
Well...
Doreen, do you like me?
Yes. Yes, I do.
I like you, too.
Will you be going away soon?
Yes, I'm afraid so, within a few days.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are you?
Yes.
I'll be back, though.
Will you?
Mm-hmm. But until I...
Hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Hello, Elise. I've been waiting for you.
Not expecting me quite so soon.
Well, as a matter of fact, I was getting a bit impatient.
I'm glad you were able to find a way of containing your impatience. Doreen, you better get out front in the shop.
Yes, Miss Barbara.
Before you go, Doreen.
Yes?
I want you to remember something.
What is it?
This. Now, go about your business. And remember that.
I'll be sure to remember it, Miss Pomeroy.
Why did you do that?
You know, without being told, so we won't discuss it.
For heaven's sake, Elise, behave sensibly.
Be quiet. You and your affairs are unimportant at the moment. I've had the plan we stole from Trafford microfilmed. You'll leave with it on the first boat out of San Francisco for Hong Kong.
When is that?
Tomorrow night.
Are you coming along with me?
No. Because everything we do from now on will be done on a strictly business basis.
Really?
Yes. So mind your step, lover. You know the way I do business.
You are listening to the case of the Kleptomaniac Clues on Counterspy. There's a big evening's entertainment with the chimes today and every Sunday over most of these same NBC stations. The Big Show brings you 90 minutes of the very best in comedy, music, and drama with Tallulah, the distaff dynamo, and the leading personalities of show business. The Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show means 30 mad and delightful minutes with the unconventional Harrises and their friends. Hedda Hopper brings you dramatized stories of Broadway and Hollywood. Tales of the Texas Rangers stars Joe McCrae in an authentic drama from the files of the nation's oldest police force. And genial Jack Parr quizzes a group of courageous contestants on the $64 question. Remember, the chimes are your invitation. Now, back to Counterspy.
Agent Braden to Harding, San Francisco field office. Braden to Harding. Harding, go ahead, Braden. The body of a man fitting description furnished by Mr. Trafford was found on the outskirts of the city. Death by poisoning. Identification, Charles O'Mac. He is now at the city morgue. All right. No further instructions, Braden.
Yes, Chief.
Pick up Mr. Trafford, Peters, and meet me at the city morgue. A dead man just turned up who may be the one. We'll need Trafford to identify him.
Yes, that's him. That's the man who took my briefcase.
You're certain, Mr. Trafford?
Absolutely.
His driver's license said Charles O'Mac. Does that name mean anything to you?
No, nothing.
They found this in his pocket, Mr. Harding. Oh, let's see what it is. Teakwood. Little teakwood figure. Odd thing for a guy who was also carrying a 38. Yeah.
Mr. Harding, will you need me any further?
Oh, not at the moment, Mr. Trafford.
Then I'll leave if you don't mind. I don't care for the atmosphere of a morgue very much.
No, nor do we. Come on, Peter.
Any place special, Chief?
Yes. Very special, I think.
I'd like to help you, Mr. Harding, of course, but I don't see how I can.
Well, this man O'Mac was carrying in his pocket a small teakwood figure on the base of which was the name of your shop, Miss Pomeroy.
That's strange, I'll admit, but I'm at a total loss to explain it.
You're quite sure that you've never heard the name Charles O'Mac?
I'm sure I'd remember if I had.
Would you have any record of sale on such an item?
Hardly. It's not a terribly expensive piece. That one sells for $2. And as you can see, I have many more of the same type on display here in my shop.
Yes, I see.
Oh, hello, Mitchell.
Hello, Alice.
This is my business associate, Mr. Monroe. Mitchell, this is Mr. Harding and Mr. Peters of the United States Counterspies.
Gentlemen, how do you do? How are you?
They seem to think that we might have information concerning a man named O'Mac who was killed recently.
O'Mac? Ever hear the name, Mr. Monroe?
No, I don't believe I have.
Well, we'll bother you no further at the moment. Should anything of importance occur to you, you'll contact us, of course.
Of course.
Goodbye. Thank you very much.
That dame is quite a number, huh, Chief?
Maybe a wrong number. Get a stakeout on this shop, Peters.
You think they're lying?
That's what we've got to find out, for sure. Harding speaking.
Mr. Harding, this is Doreen Bridgeton.
Yes?
I work in Miss Pomeroy's shop. I was there this afternoon when you were questioning her.
Go on.
I remained out of sight, but I could hear everything that was said.
I see. Go ahead, Miss Bridgeton.
She lied to you. She did know a man named O'Mac. He was in the shop the day before yesterday.
Will you swear to that in court? Should we call upon you?
I'll be happy to, Mr. Harding. Most happy to.
Well, where can you be reached? Hello? Hello? Yes?
Peters, I'm fine, Mr. Harding.
Thank you. Go ahead, Peters. Dave, I have that stakeout on the curio shop, and I personally tailed Monroe. What did you find out?
He picked up a steamship ticket for the Trigania leaving for Hong Kong tomorrow night. I checked with the clerk.
Any report on the shop itself?
No, not yet. What do we do about Monroe? Stop him?
Yes, but not officially. If he's a decoy and not carrying the papers, I don't want a false arrest charge. That'll tip our hand completely. We've got to stall him without him knowing we've done it.
How?
Well, a call to the customs department ought to do the trick. Now, in the meantime, put a surveillance squad on a girl named Doreen Bridgeton. She works for Elise Pomeroy. She may not realize it, but Miss Bridgeton is a sitting duck right this minute. I'll come in, Peter.
Got a check in from Braden, Mr. Harding. Monroe's going to be down.
Good. I expect a call from customs on that any minute. Now, you have a man watching Doreen Bridgeton's apartment, huh?
Since last night.
Good. Oh, this is it.
We hope.
Harding. Yes. Oh, fine. Fine. No, nothing else. And thank you very much. All right. Goodbye.
What's he?
The customs people wound Mr. Monroe in red tape, the details of which I'll spare you, and revoked his passport temporarily.
Which means he won't sail tonight.
Or any other night. Now, we've got to move fast. First, we'll have the Bridgeton girl picked up. We'll need her later. Then we'll see what the deluxe quarters aboard a luxury liner look like, Peters.
Hey, I like that part.
Don't pack, though. We're traveling light.
Mitchell,
Hello, Elise.
what are you doing here? Why aren't you aboard ship?
It seems the best laid schemes of mice and men.
Will you make sense?
All right, my passport's been revoked. I can't sail.
What?
I think I speak distinctly.
How did that happen?
I don't know. Some sort of a mix-up on dates.
Oh, you are an idiot. This changes everything. Give me your ticket.
Huh? Ticket?
You still have that, don't you?
Yes.
Well, give it to me.
All right. Well, what are you going to do?
I have an hour and a half to make the boat. I'll sail in your place. Where's the microfilm?
My wristwatch case.
Well, give it to me.
All right. Here, take it.
I've got to rush. At least my passport's in order.
Now, listen, you can't leave me here holding the bag, my sweet. I won't take
Oh,
it.
do be still. You're such a bore.
Bore, is it? We'll see how boring I am. Hello, operator. I'd like you to put me through to the United States Counterspies. Yes, please, and hurry. Counterspy field office. My name is Mitchell Monroe. We should be at the dock in a few minutes, Mr. Harding. Hope our suspect doesn't miss the boat.
We'll ask the captain to postpone sailing time if necessary. But I don't think it will be.
Agent Braden to David Harding in control, car S1.
Harding, come in, Braden.
Mitchell Monroe was shot and killed about 15 minutes ago while attempting to call our field office from a pay station.
How did you check it that quickly, Braden?
The receiver was off the hook. We got a police report on it within a few minutes after.
All right, Braden, no instructions.
Little Elise is going to have plenty to answer for, Chief.
Let's get to that boat, Peters. Step on it. What time is it, Peter?
20 minutes to midnight and the sailing time, too. I wish something would break, Chief.
It will. Don't worry.
I'm getting a little too accustomed to the grandeur of this deck cabin. Kind of tempts me to chuck everything and go for a little cruise myself.
Well, Miss Pomeroy.
Mr. Harding.
Come in, Miss Pomeroy.
What are you doing here?
We asked the same of you.
Just how dare you ask me anything? What right have you to be in my cabin?
We thought it was Mr. Monroe's cabin. It's in his name.
What of it?
He had passport trouble. But nothing that wouldn't clear up in a day or so. He'd have been able to sail. It must be urgent business that prompts you to so hurriedly take his place.
I want you to leave immediately.
When we leave, lady, you're leaving with us.
On what charge?
Treason for one.
Murder for another.
Ridiculous.
I think we'll be able to make it stick, Miss Pomeroy. I'm sure that a thorough search of your belongings will reveal the presence of certain top-secret plans for wartime mobilization of industry in this country.
You're mad.
Probably on microfilm. And added to that, we have the eyewitness testimony of Doreen Bridgeton that you knew Charles Omack, knew him well.
She's lying. She's trying to get even for a personal difference.
You know Mitchell Monroe is dead?
What?
Murdered?
No. No, I didn't know.
You're almost convincing.
He's probably telling the truth, Peters. I don't think he'd have had time to kill Monroe.
If you're going to arrest me, then do so, and let's get off this boat.
Not so fast, Miss Pomeroy. There's more where you came from, so let's just wait here for a few minutes and see who it is.
What do you mean?
I'm sure you know exactly what I mean.
Elise, do you...
Well, come in, Mr. Travers.
What the... Hey, what is it, Harding?
Don't you know?
Oh, I certainly don't.
Then I'll tell you. You had yourself robbed of your own plans.
Robbed? What are you talking...
Omack didn't know you. Miss Pomeroy did the hiring and carefully pointed you out. A perfect way of deflecting any and all suspicion from yourself.
Why, that's absolutely ridiculous. You had a neat setup for an espionage agent, Trafford. You enjoyed the confidence of high government officials while you were planning to transmit your industrialization plans to an unfriendly power.
You don't know what you're saying. Neither one of you do.
But you made one small slip. According to the desk clerk of the hotel here in San Francisco, it was 2 o'clock when you checked in.
I won't listen to this.
You'd better listen, Trafford, and close, because the United States Attorney is going to ask you questions later.
When you arrived at the hotel, there was a southbound train leaving San Francisco at that very moment. So there was no reason for you to have been anywhere but on that train. No reason but your own personal one.
Harding, you're making a grave error.
The error is all yours, Trafford, for showing up here in Miss Pomeroy's cabin.
What's the angle for your coming, Trafford? Skipping? Or just to give her some last-minute instructions?
It couldn't have concerned the microfilm plans. You have your own copies, I'm sure.
Now, don't move, any of you.
Is that the gun that killed Monroe? A ballistics test should tell.
There won't be any test.
I don't know about that. My agents have the dock area completely surrounded. They let you in, but they're sure not to let you out, except with me.
I'm willing to run the risk. Now, stay right where you are.
Don't leave me, George.
Sorry, Elise. I have to travel light now. I'm sorry.
You're no good.
Come on, Peter. There he is, Steve. Stop or I'll shoot, Trafford. He's headed for the rail. Stop, Trafford. Stop or we'll fire. Let him have it. He's falling overboard.
He's finished, Chief.
Yes, but Miss Pomeroy isn't. Not yet. She'll stand trial and pay the penalty all traitors eventually pay.
Tune in every week, same time, same station, to Counterspy. Listen next week for the exciting Case of the Captured Contact.
When a famous lecturer canceled his tour, a solicitous friend canceled his life by murder. How a weak eye and a strong arm led your counterspies into a most intriguing adventure will be unfolded next week in
Case of the Captured Contact on Counterspy. Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York, was directed by Marks B. Loeb, dramatized by Edward J. Adamson, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer. Lionel Rico speaking. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lord production. The preceding transcribed. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
New post-war Old Dutch cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, 2 great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Nick, I'd like to know why you've shut up like a clam ever since we had our soup.
Oh, I didn't mean to, Patsy. I've been thinking.
Well, that's good. What about?
Marriage.
Well, why, Nick.
Mm-hmm. Marriage is the only way to solve a murder.
Now for the case of the policymakers. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter, brought to you by a new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. It's a beautiful afternoon early in November, and along a section of deserted highway, an open car moves toward the hills in the distance. In the car are Harvey Craig, a candidate for the state senate in the coming elections, and Julia Prentice, his fiancée of a few weeks. Suddenly, another car comes from behind, swerves sharply to the right, and cuts them off.
Take it easy, Julia. Hey, you man, what's the idea?
Turn your car around, mister.
Well, I'll do nothing of the kind.
Let me get at him, Tom. I'll show
Wait a minute, Joe. No rough stuff.
Are you kidding? This guy's a hit-and-run driver. A killer, maybe.
What's that?
We saw the whole thing, mister. That man was on the road, and you went right over him, and you kept on going.
Julia, be calm, please.
These men are saying that
I know what they're saying, dear, and I'm going to let them prove it. We're going back. mister. Exactly the way you left him. Exactly the way you and Joe left him.
Harvey.
Don't worry, Julia. That man on the road's a friend of theirs, a co-partner. But when I get through with him...
He seems to be unconscious.
I'll show you how unconscious he is. Come on, you get up. Get up, the act is over. Are you...
What's the matter, Harvey?
This man is dead.
Oh, no.
Well, mister, this ought to convince you he wasn't a friend of ours.
You killed him.
Cut it out, pal. That ain't going to get you out of a manslaughter rap.
You murdered him, and then you followed me from the city. What's the idea? Who's paying you to do this to me?
Paying us? That's a laugh. What are you doing, Joe?
Checking this guy for identification.
Harvey, we can't let these men get away with this. There must be some way of...
Hey, look at this, Tom. I found it in the dead guy's pocket. An insurance policy for $50,000.
I see. Taken out by Frank Hudson. That must be the dead guy's name.
Never mind that. Look and see who's the beneficiary.
Yeah. It's Harvey Craig.
What?
Good heavens.
He's the guy that's running for the state senate.
Harvey, how does it happen that your name is on it?
Hey, wait a minute. This guy's Harvey Craig.
So that's the angle, huh? A murder frame-up.
It's tough, Your Honor.
Well, Julia, this is it. The end of a career.
But why? You can prove that you don't know that man, that Frank Hudson.
Maybe, but suppose I've been set up for the perfect rap.
Look, Bud, we're a couple of reasonable guys. You pay us the face value of that policy of $50,000, and we destroy the policy and forget what we saw. We even make the corpse disappear. What do you say?
Harvey, you're not going to do it.
I'm afraid I am, Julia. Because if I don't, neither of us will live to tell the story.
I see what you mean.
Let's go back to town. I'll get the money.
You go with him, Joe.
Yeah.
I'll stay here and take care of the body.
And that's the whole story, Nick. I paid them because I was afraid of what they might do to Julia and me. And because I wanted to get to your office as quickly as possible.
Why didn't you go to the police, Harvey?
I promised Julia I wouldn't. As a matter of fact, she doesn't even know I'm here.
Well, I don't understand it, Harvey. The girl you're engaged to doesn't want you to go to the police.
I know it sounds odd, Patsy, but you and Nick have never met Julia. She's proud. She thinks I'm a sucker for having paid off, and she thinks the less I talk about it to anyone, the better.
So you want us to keep mum?
Yes, please.
Why didn't you raise your voice when you got back to town?
I was afraid of the bad publicity, Nick. A murder charge.
Harvey, they wouldn't have dared to make it against you.
Oh, I wasn't thinking at the time. Oh, Nick, I want you to get them, will you?
Of course he will, Harvey.
I guess that settles that. I've been put to work.
Oh, thanks, Nick. Oh, here's a description of Joe and Tom. I've written it down.
Oh, good for you. Every little thing helps.
Oh, I've got to go now. I'll be at my campaign headquarters, Nick, if you should want me. Goodbye, and good luck.
Poor Harvey. Well, Nick, what do you think?
I think this has all the earmarks of a murder racket for blackmail. Wonder whom it's happened to before.
Then you don't think this was the first time?
Oh, it couldn't be. Gang that operates so smooth, he must have had a lot of experience. But where did they get the victims?
Well, if Harvey's typical, I'd say from who's who.
No, Patsy. I mean the victims they killed. Harvey told us he never saw that Frank Hudson before. Yet that man had a policy naming Harvey as the beneficiary.
Well, it could have been a phony.
Well, it could have been. But suppose it wasn't. Who set Hudson up for it? And how?
Boy,
Patsy, he had any old clothes? Any very old clothes?
Would you mind telling me what old...
Not at all. I've got an idea that somewhere in the slums or along the waterfront there are operators pulling hopeless prospects out of the gutter and setting them up for the kill. While you and I are going to be a couple of prospects.
But how much longer, Nick? We've been to every waterfront dive in town.
Now, Patsy.
2 whole weeks of living in rags.
Well, that's the detective business. Oh, go into your act. We're being watched.
Oh, why did I ever marry you? You were going to buy me a swell house and fur coats. I was going to be a grand lady.
Well, it's not my fault my plans didn't work out.
All I need is one real break.
One real break. That's what I've been hearing for years. Well, I wish you'd break your neck.
Oh, fuck. Lay off, will you?
Oh, why'd I ever marry you? No place to live, no decent clothes to wear. You never even had a job.
Well, maybe you think jobs grow on trees.
Maybe they do, mister.
What?
And what do you want?
Tom's name. You're in trouble, pal.
It's none of your business. You wouldn't talk so loud,
I
Mabel.
couldn't help it, Henry. I'm so fed up.
Yeah, she's got a right to be. She's hungry. She's got no place to live.
Why don't you go take a walk?
Maybe I got a job for you, Henry.
What?
For you too, baby, but don't count on it. I'm only the outside guy. I got a boss.
What kind of work will this be?
It depends. You interested?
Oh, yes.
How about Mabel?
I don't care what it is, Henry. You're going to work if it kills you. Let's go, Mr. Tom.
So, you've been married for 6 years, and you've done some traveling. The hobo trail, Mr. Nicholas?
Sometimes.
Hmm? Any man who would subject a woman to such a life...
Well, I couldn't help it, Mr. Bentley. The brakes were all against me.
How did you feel about that, Mrs. Nicholas?
Oh, I couldn't leave Henry.
Ah, such devotion. Well, I need a couple in my house. Naturally, you've never been a butler, Mr. Nicholas.
No.
No, sir.
No, sir.
That's better. I see you learn quickly. You'll keep this place in order, and you'll see that it's dusted.
Yes, sir.
And now, Mrs. Nicholas, can you cook?
Sure. Yes, sir, Mr. Bentley.
Good. My tastes are very simple. We'll get along. Tom.
Yeah?
These people are going to stay in the room on the 4th floor.
Okay.
Ask Joe to prepare it for them.
Okay, Mr. Bentley.
Do we go with him?
No. You wait here. If you're wondering about my two men, Tom and Joe, they live here with me. I prefer them to dogs.
Oh, we weren't wondering, Mr. Bentley.
Good. You'll make the ideal butler. Now, there's one matter that must be settled before we begin our relationship.
Yeah?
As you see, I have many valuables in this house. Rare paintings, antique vases, so forth.
Oh, you don't think we'd steal from you, Mr. Bentley?
It's happened before, my dear lady. And so I have one strict policy in this establishment. All my employees must be bonded.
Ah, I see.
Do you object, Mr. Nicholas?
Oh, no. It's all right with me, sir.
Yes. I'll have the forms here sometime tomorrow morning. In the meantime...
Excuse me, Mr. Bentley.
What is it, Tom?
Joe's on his way up the room. You want me to show him where to go?
Oh, they'll find it. The 4th floor, Mr. Nicholas. Then turn to the left.
Yes, sir. Come along, Mabel.
Yes, sir.
I didn't do so bad, did I, Mr. Bentley? 2 instead of 1.
Yeah.
Why don't we give him the insurance business?
We don't know anything about them, Tom.
A couple of hard luck bums, that's all.
I wonder. The lady had clean fingernails.
Nick, I don't get it. What surety company would bond a derelict or a couple of derelicts?
Patsy, we're not going to be bonded.
But Mr. Bentley
It's
said...
only a gag with a last-minute switch.
Oh, from bonding to insurance?
Uh-huh.
Then when Mr. Bentley starts talking about insurance...
Yes, Patsy. Now, I think I'll let some air into this room.
But, Nick, in the Frank Hudson policy Harvey told us about, Bentley wasn't the beneficiary.
You're not on your toes tonight, Patsy.
Well, I'm only trying to put myself in the place of an intended victim.
Don't try. You're right in it.
But I'd become suspicious of a policy that didn't make Bentley the beneficiary.
It's no use. Window's sealed shut.
It's what?
Sealed. It's glass, barrier to the outside.
But why?
Just in case someone should want to yell for help.
Oh.
Does that answer your questions about the policy?
You mean the victims were forced?
They were if they became suspicious of Bentley. But as long as they believed in him as a good Samaritan who could do no wrong...
Even when he made someone else the beneficiary?
Even then. Remember, the people who signed those policies were hungry, down and out.
Oh.
Bentley was giving them...
May we come in?
Of course. Yes, sir.
Thank you. You stay here at the door, Tom.
Okay.
You, Joe?
Yeah, right, Mr. Bentley.
Oh, my dear Mr. and Mrs. Nicholas, don't look so surprised. It's an old custom of mine when I'm welcoming new servants. I've brought a bottle of wine.
For us?
For me, too. A rare, sparkling Burgundy. I want you to feel at home. Permit me to do the honors. For you, Mrs. Nicholas.
Thank you, sir.
For you, Mr. Nicholas. And now one for me. Raise your glasses, please. A toast to my new servants, Mr. and Mrs. Nicholas, better known as Nick Carter.
Oh!
Did I startle you, Miss Bowen?
What? How did you find out about us?
Oh, my underground espionage system.
I see. Well, what are you going to do with us now?
Kill you both, of course.
Oh.
But not until I've made arrangements to convert you into cash. And that, my friends, will be very soon.
So, Bentley has found out Nick and Patsy, and behind him are two men with guns. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the policymakers. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Glenser. It is several hours later, and in Bentley's luxurious library, Nick and Patsy are sitting near the desk, surrounded by Tom, Joe, and Bentley.
Here's the forms, Mr. Bentley. All filled out and ready for the signature.
Well, thank you, Tom. Give Mr. Carter his. Your application for insurance, Mr. Carter. You're asking for $250,000.
Don't you rate me too high, Bentley?
Oh, no, not too high for a man of your reputation and connections.
Here's your application, sister.
Yes. Forgive us, Miss Bowen, but we think you're worth only $100,000.
I'm not worth anything to you.
You let me be the judge of that, won't you?
Well, so Jackson Phillips is going to be my beneficiary.
Why not? He's our city's leading banker. Now, Miss Bowen, your beneficiary is Mortimer Evans, the department store owner. He knows you quite well, personally, and by your extensive charge account.
It won't do you a bit of good, Bentley.
We'll see. Please sign these applications.
You're not going to send our friends up for blackmail?
Oh, a very harsh word, Mr. Carter.
Let me go to work on them, Mr. Bentley.
Oh, Joe, you're much too temperamental.
But it's no dice if we don't get their signatures. This ain't like the other jobs we done. We're shooting for big dough now. We gotta have their signatures in their own handwriting.
We'll have them, Joe, but without your methods.
What's wrong with my methods?
Oh, they're much too crude for present company.
Oh.
I'm sure that Mr. Carter and Miss Bowen will prefer my more scientific methods of persuasion.
Darn room. It's like a vault. Top floor vault.
They were going to torture us, Nick, if we hadn't signed.
Listen, Patsy, I'll let you in on a secret.
What?
I knew all the time we were going to sign those applications.
You did?
Of course. We had to sign them to get the goods on Bentley and his gang. No case without them.
Oh, I see that now, Nick.
Let's see. 2:00. Time to get out of this room and down to the library safe.
Oh, that's going to be easy, what with that window sealed and with Joe parked in the hall just outside.
It can be done. Bentley and Tom ought to be asleep by now.
Well, suppose they are. We still can't get out.
Take off your shoe.
What?
Your shoe. Take it off. We got a job for it.
All right. Now what do I do? Hobble around?
Smack the heel of your shoe against that window pane and break it.
Now, look, Nick, I'd like to get some air, too.
Go ahead now. I'm going to plant myself behind this door.
On that chair you've got there?
No, under it, ready to bring it down on Joe's head. Okay, go ahead.
Some fun.
Hey, what's the idea of breaking it? Ow!
Well, Patsy, see what I mean?
Oh, you're full of tricks tonight, aren't you?
Full of them. Now let's get down to the library and take out some reading matter.
Nick, can't you get it open?
I don't know.
It's been a long time since I opened a safe without knowing the combination.
Well, have you got enough light?
Yeah.
It's a lucky thing we found this flashlight in Bentley's desk drawer. And look at the size of it. Why, it must be 10 inches long. And it weighs close to...
There goes the bolt. Now for some quick research.
You need help?
Yeah, just bring the light closer.
Yeah.
Look, Patsy. Policy blanks.
A stack of them. Mr. Bentley had plans for a future, didn't he?
Let's see what's in this drawer.
Are they there, Nick? The applications we signed?
Yes, here they are.
Good.
Now, we'll make a bundle of all this evidence and then lock up the safe, just in case.
Oh, we're not going back upstairs, Nick.
Of course not. We're phoning the police.
That's much better. Nick.
Yes, quiet.
Someone's walking outside in the hall.
You didn't close the door, Patsy.
Oh, I forgot. They've seen the flashlight.
Oh, they won't see us. Let's get behind them. You're quiet.
Oh!
She fell down. Turn on the flash.
Dick, look. That's Harvey Craig.
Yes.
Well, what's he doing in this house?
He just died.
Oh.
Murdered. Unless I don't know what I'm talking about.
Oh.
Don't you see it, Patsy?
See what?
This whole dirty business. How did Harvey Craig get to this house? Who brought him?
Someone turned the lights on.
So, you finally figured it out, Mr. Nick Carter.
What? Who's she?
You're Julia Prentice, aren't you?
Yes. I brought Harvey here. He shouldn't have told you what happened to us on the road.
You killed him?
We had some wine, honey. Harvey's glass had poison in it.
Oh.
Stay where you are, Carter. Mr. Bentley wouldn't like me to shoot you.
All right, Julia. You've got the heavy artillery.
And to think Harvey considered her a friend.
So many people do.
Men particularly, huh? Men with a lot of money.
Yes.
You're Bentley's contact woman. You set up the blackmail victim, and then you're in the car with him when the so-called hit and run takes place.
Of course. The right place and the right time are very important in our business.
How did you know we were in this house? We didn't see you.
I saw you, Miss Bowen, and I recognized Mr. Carter from his newspaper pictures. A peephole in the wall of your room upstairs, Mrs. Nicholas.
Oh, Nick, we never had a chance.
Let's say you might have had one if you didn't have clean fingernails.
Clean
A bad habit, Miss Bowen, when your life depends on it. Bentley phoned me in town. I came, I saw, and I couldn't believe my eyes.
Well, what happens now, Julia?
There's a little room in the cellar I'd like to have you see.
Oh?
It's not much of a room, but it's escape-proof. And we want so much to see you again tomorrow. That is when we'll need you.
What time is it, Nick?
My watch isn't as luminous as it used to be, but I should say it was about 1:15.
Day, night, or eternity?
Afternoon, Patsy. Hey, you're not losing your nerve, are you?
I never felt better in my life.
I'll bet.
Well, turn on your flashlight and you'll see. After all, we've only been down here since last night. But why don't you turn it on?
Can't.
Battery's dead.
Afraid so. Oh, no. Listen,
Nick,
Patsy.
we'll never see daylight again. They'll kill us before they take us out of here.
No, they won't. They can't.
But they will.
No, Patsy, we've got to appear to be accident victims. They can't run a car over us here.
Huh?
They've got to take us out of the house. And once we're out in the open...
Oh.
Here, this may be it, Patsy. Now, listen, don't fight them. We don't want them to carry us out.
You go first, Tom, with the lantern.
Right, Miss Bentley.
You next, Joe. And don't lower your gun.
Not with him around, boss.
Good afternoon, Mr. Carter, Miss Bowen. Julia told me you were very naughty last night.
Oh, I hope we didn't put you to any inconvenience.
We make the punishment fit the crime. Come here, Miss Bowen.
I like it where I am.
Ah, me. We're going to have trouble. Julia has an appointment to go driving this afternoon with Mortimer Evans, your beneficiary. You've got to be on the road, Miss Bowen.
Oh, Nick.
His turn will come later, another day. We can't do everything at once, you know.
Listen, Bentley, you take both of us or you don't take either of us.
Very gallant, Mr. Carter. Tom, take Miss Bowen outside.
Okay.
No, you don't.
Get him off of me. Get him off.
Joe, you heard what Tom said.
I'll get him off. That tap with my gun makes me even for last night.
Come along, Miss Bowen.
You killed him. Let me go. Nick!
No, my dear. It won't do you a bit of good to struggle. Julia has an appointment, and you must help her keep it.
Now for the conclusion of the case of the policymakers. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. It's 10 minutes later. Patsy fainted and is lying on the sofa in the living room of Bentley's house. Nearby, Bentley and Julia are discussing their plans with Tom and Joe over a road map which is on the table.
Now, this is the exact point in the road where you're to be.
Can't we use the same road for a change, Mr. Bentley?
Listen to Julia, Joe, and don't ask so many questions.
Mortimer Evans and I will pass that point about 3:30. Now, what time do you have?
I've got 1:35.
Me too.
We agree. Well, Lucius, I'm ready to leave for town. I told Mortimer I'd meet him at 2 o'clock. I'm going to be late.
Oh, not too late, my dear. 10 or 15 minutes for one as charming as you.
Can it, brother? The only thing I see in you is a bookkeeping item.
Frank, Aunt Joe.
Joe, get my car out of the garage.
Yeah, sure, right away.
Give me a cigarette, Lucius.
There are times, Julia, when you behave as if you're running the show.
I might as well be. You couldn't get along without me.
There are other women as well qualified.
That's going to cost you 15% more, darling.
What?
Another bookkeeping item. I was going to talk to you about that later, but since you brought it up...
No, look here,
I
Julia.
want 45% from now on. You can have the 25% I've been getting.
Now, wait a minute.
There's no use arguing. I tell you that...
Crazy. Why,
Am I interrupting something?
Nick Carter.
He's got a gun.
Falling out among thieves, huh? Well, you won't have to worry about percentages anymore. Or maybe you should worry about the percentages, because from now on, they're all against you. Operator, give me police headquarters.
Nick, how did you do it?
Patsy, as I came up from the cellar, there was Joe walking toward the front door. He went out like a light. Of course, I had to hit him first.
Oh, that's not what I mean, Nick.
Then I took his gun and made the grand entrance. They were
No, you don't understand. I mean, how did you get out of that cellar room?
It was simple. I took the door off its hinges.
What?
With Bentley's flashlight.
You mean you used that flashlight to unhinge the door?
Mm-hmm. It was heavy enough to drive the pins out of the hinges very neatly.
Why, but I didn't hear
Of
it.
course not. I muffled the noise with my coat.
Honest, Nick. When I saw you on the floor, unconscious, I thought...
I wasn't unconscious.
Oh, no. This is too much.
No, Joe telegraphed that wallop. I saw it coming, and I rode with it. The gun caught me in the back of the neck. That's why you're driving the car.
Why, I'm... All right, Nick. I'm listening.
Well, there's no mystery to it, Patsy. I've just got a good stiff pain in the neck, that's all.
Can you tell us something about the story new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser is going to bring us next week, Nick?
Well, Bob, next week we're going to meet a young contractor who helped us track a killer by trying to build a garage on an imaginary street.
And Nick found the killer by listening to a talking typewriter.
A talking typewriter? Imaginary streets? It sounds fascinating. What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Missing Street.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time by the Cudahy Packing Company. It is produced and directed by Jock McGregor and is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Today's script was written by Stedman Coles. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
NBC presents Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Whenever I hear people talk excitedly about Chicago nightlife, I know they mean the bright neon signs of Randolph Street or the near North Side. But tonight, I don't know. I'm thinking of another kind of nightlife. 10 million years before they snapped down the first neon sign on Erie Street. Wondering what it felt like to be the first man facing the first sunset. Feeling the air become cold. And seeing the shadows deepen, watching all that gave him security slowly blot away. And leaving him alone, completely alone in a sea of blackness. One man at the mercy of a vast unknown. Yeah, I guess it was Josie that started me thinking about that. First time I saw Josie was around 5 a.m. yesterday. I'd finished my work, and like I usually did, I dropped into the beanery next door, Spivak's all-American diner, known to the faithful as Heartburn Heaven. And there was this girl sitting with half a dozen coffee cups at the corner table. Pretty as those phony plastic steaks Spivak keeps in the window, and ripe as one of his better cantaloupes. But at 5 a.m., I'm afraid the big attraction was a gnawing feeling that I'd seen her someplace before. And a funny premonition that, even if I didn't, here was a kid with trouble.
Wasting your time, citizen.
So?
So. He's interested in nothing but Spivak's coffee.
Well, now I am fascinated. I've tasted your coffee. Look, she's leaving.
It's dawn, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Every night this week, it's been the same. All night, she drinks coffee. At daybreak, she leaves. And nothing remains but a dozen cups with lipstick on the rims.
That night around 7:30, I again passed Spivak's, this time as I left the newspaper to make the rounds. But no need to stop, because on Tuesday, Spivak closes the place and you must seek your hyperacidity elsewhere. Only somebody wasn't seeking it elsewhere.
Open up! Open up!
The same girl rattling the doorknob like she believed neither the sign nor the darkness inside. I went up behind her. He really is... Take it easy.
Why did you sneak up on me like that?
I didn't mean to alarm you. I just wanted to tell you. Every Tuesday, Spivak takes off to play claviage with his Armenian friends on Grand Avenue.
Oh. Well, I'll find someplace else.
Yeah, you can't do worse than Spivak's if you tried.
You know any all-night restaurants around here?
Must be all night?
Yeah.
All-night movie on the next block.
No. I mean, someplace where...
Where it's light?
Yeah. Where it's light, Mr. Stone.
I thought we knew each other. This morning I was ready to go into that Vashueva in Milwaukee routine.
Josie Costello. You wrote the story about how my husband, Antonio, was killed.
Oh, sure. The 8 flying Costellos here in town. A fall from the trapeze about 8-9 months ago.
You got quite a memory.
Famous from coast to coast.
I could make you really famous, Mr. Stone.
Is that so?
I could give you a story that would chase Joe Stalin right off the front page.
What's the trouble, Josie?
No trouble. Everything's fine. Tomorrow's my 3rd wedding anniversary. And to celebrate, Antonio is coming back from the grave.
I took her back upstairs to the office, sat her down and looked at her, trying to think of something to say.
You don't believe me?
Well, of course I don't believe that Antonio's coming back, but I think you believe it.
I didn't at first. Now I do.
Now
He'll be there
Josie.
tomorrow night at 10.
Why exactly 10?
Antonio was always sentimental about things like that. We were married exactly at 10.
Josie, I don't know what's happened, but both of us are a little too old to believe in ghosts. Now,
Will you
come on.
just listen to me, Mr. Stone? I know you think I'm nuts. I'm beginning to wonder myself, but please just listen. I'm willing for you to prove I'm wrong. I'll be tickled pink.
Okay, Josie, convince me Antonio is coming back from the grave.
You don't know those Costellos. Oh, they're really one for the books. I mean, all that sentimental hooey, kissing each other, jabbering that Italian a mile a minute, and then big family dinners. It's a wonder I kept my figure.
You kept it, Josie.
Thanks. But one thing I'll tell you, they're really big time. The 7 Costellos. You can't go higher than that.
I thought there were 8 Costellos.
You're looking at number 8. Huh. Ain't that a scream? Josie Martin, a hunky from the west side of the Windy City. I was a whirling dervish hanging by my teeth. You've seen him, $40 a week and eats. Until Antonio saw me. And fell for me.
Uh-huh.
Hey, did you hear what I said? Fell for me. I guess that's one way of putting it. He fell for me, all right. 60 feet to the sawdust.
Oh, Josie, now, come on. Come on now, Josie. Come on.
Oh, all right. I'm okay now. I'm sorry. Gee, I'm getting to be a real psycho.
You're frightened. You're upset. You'll be okay.
What odds are you giving?
You were saying about Antonio.
Oh, yeah. Well, after the accident, the family acted like I had the smallpox all of a sudden. They just left without me. So I thought, good riddance to bad rubbish. You go your way, I'll go mine. That was almost a year ago. Then, just Monday, this crazy thing started.
With Antonio?
Yeah. A telegram under my door when I woke up. You know what it said? Darling, just 5 more days and then I'll be home with you for our 3rd anniversary. All my love, Antonio. That's word for word.
Still have the telegram?
No, I gave it to Harry Blake. He's a lawyer. Jerky-looking character, but I hear he's smart. You know him?
Nope.
Well, from then on, every morning I get another telegram telling me how many days left. 4 days, 3 days, 2 days.
Josie, anybody can send a telegram, except a dead man.
But that's not all. Antonio is preparing for our wedding anniversary like he always did.
Oh, Josie.
Will you just listen, please? Day before yesterday, a ticket agency called me. They wanted to confirm Antonio's order for 2 tickets to the opera Sunday night. The opera, he was always dragging me there. Usually I fell asleep. When I got home this morning, a guy came around trying to deliver some wine. He says Antonio ordered. I got so nervous I just screamed like a crazy dame. Look at my hands. Did you ever see hands shake like that? Me, who had nerves like iron.
And this lawyer, Blake, he couldn't find a thing?
No, nothing. Now he acts like I'm imagining the whole thing.
Josie, don't you get it? Don't you understand? Somebody's pulling a vicious, rotten trick on you. It's happened before, lots of times.
I say it's Antonio. Go ahead, tell me I'm nuts. I don't know how or I don't know why, but I say he's coming back.
And I say whoever is trying to scare you is doing a good job.
Okay, Mr. Stone. Let's find out if somebody's trying to scare me. I want to believe you. With all my heart, I want to believe you. So let's go back to my apartment and see.
And see what?
In this morning's telegram, Antonio said he'd phone me from wherever he was tonight at 9. 9 o'clock.
We were in Josie's 8th floor apartment waiting for a dead man to phone. I realized that for the last 10 minutes I'd been pacing up and down. I started over for a chair in the corner.
No, please. No, do me a favor. Don't sit there.
Why?
It gives me the willies to see a guy sitting there. Now especially. That was Antonio's favorite chair.
Okay. I'll sit over here.
I'd like to just throw it out. But that'd be dumb. Cost almost $300.
Josie, looks like this ghost of yours isn't going to call after all, doesn't it?
Look, you think all this could be somebody's bright idea of a joke?
Of course that's what I...
No.
Answer it.
I can't.
You've got to. We've got to find out who's doing it.
I tell you, I can't.
If I answer it, who's ever behind this will hang up. I answer the phone, Josie. Hold the receiver so that I can listen too.
I'm so scared. So scared. Yeah?
This is Antonio.
No!
I am so anxious to come home. I hope to see...
I won't hear him. I won't.
Josie.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Tonight you're tuned to Adventure on NBC. First, there's The Amazing Mr. Malone with George Petrie as Malone, a hard-hitting, fast-talking criminal lawyer. Next, Herbert Marshall dons the cloak of mystery to grapple with the dark forces of international intrigue as The Man Called X. Now, here's a program note. This Sunday, be sure to hear Lloyd Nolan as Martin Kane, Private Eye. Your invitation to high adventure with The Amazing Mr. Malone, The Man Called X, and Martin Kane, Private Eye, all heard over this, your NBC station. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Now we sat in the big dusty detective room at police headquarters. While Josie told her story to Lieutenant Frazier, a single mosquito fought a losing war against the green gooseneck lamp on the lieutenant's desk. Midnight was a black smear against the big windows.
Look, Mrs. Costello. Ghosts. This is the 20th century.
What, are you bragging?
What time is this apparition supposed to appear?
I think tomorrow night at 10 at her apartment.
And that's where she'll be tomorrow night at 10.
No.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Costello. Only you won't be alone. We'll have a reception committee waiting with you.
I don't think I could stand it.
Well, it's the only way we can help you.
Mr. Stone?
He's right, Josie. Now it was after 3 a.m. and I was prowling Chicago, but I couldn't stop thinking about Josie up in her apartment, waiting for Antonio. A nice warm thought to keep me company as I moved through dark streets, stretching into nothing. A streetcar rattling by, empty, except for a tipsy soldier boy serenading a yawning conductor with a song about home. And the dark house fronts beyond which the good citizens inhaled and exhaled, groaning suddenly as a dream took a turn for the worse. And a red neon bar sign saying, beer, 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 beer. 4 old charwomen, tired clumps of flesh walking wearily toward the subway. But somehow tonight it all meant nothing. Somehow tonight all I could remember was that voice I'd heard on the phone.
This is Antonio.
I'd covered the circus story. I'd seen the twisted body of Antonio Costello bleeding in the sawdust.
This is Antonio.
He was dead. I knew he was dead. And the dead sleep forever.
This is Antonio.
I stopped. Oh, now, wait a second, pal. What's with you? Now, aren't you so sure? Oh, don't be ridiculous. All I knew was that I wasn't going to find another story if it came up and bit me. For me, there was only one story. To prove that Antonio was dead. I remember the name of the lawyer Josie had hired, Harry Blake. He had a 24-hour listing in the phone book. I found a cigar store still open, closed myself in the phone booth, and called him. The phone rang a long time before he answered. Blake, this is Randy Stone of the Star. I'm calling about Mrs. Costello.
Costello?
Yeah.
Costello. Oh, that neurotic creature, yes.
How about meeting me at your office so we can talk about it?
Well, yes, all right. Drop in around 11 tomorrow or thereabouts. Perhaps we'll have lunch.
I'll drop in at 3 a.m. or thereabouts, and we'll have breakfast.
Well, now, you're absolutely mad, dear boy. I couldn't think of it. I'll see you at 11.
Mr. Blake, I think somebody's pulling a fast one on the little lady.
Oh, bourgeois.
What's that?
Bourgeois.
Oh. Well, anyhow, that's what I think. And being a newspaper man, when I think something, I can spread it all over the place.
A newspaper man, huh?
Uh-huh.
Yes, that's right. Well, can you make it 3:30, dear boy?
So at 3:30, I met Harry Blake, counselor at law. A pink little Humpty Dumpty with the bluest eyes this side of heaven. Except now the eyes were pretty heavy.
3:30 in the morning. I should never have started with that ridiculous woman.
But you did.
Well, she seemed so distraught. It was almost an act of mercy on my part.
And then, of course, out of the goodness of your heart, you looked into the matter. What did you find?
0, cipher, naught, nothing, dear boy.
Dear boy. Maybe you better stick to Stone. Skip it. Tell me one thing. Did you check on this family of her late husband, the Costellos?
Touché.
Touché.
Two great minds working as one, of course. That was my very first thought. Would you like to see what I found, dear boy? Just a moment. I'll show it to you. I have it right here in the files. You know, I really should hate you for dragging me down here like this. Oh, here we are. Yes, take a look at this. An advertisement from the Melbourne Australia Examiner.
The world-famed 5 flying Costellos featured at the Hippodrome.
And the dates.
June 30th through July 10th.
There, you see. They're in Australia at this very moment, so they couldn't possibly be involved.
Can I take this with me to show Mrs. Costello?
Well, certainement, but it won't do any good, and this I can assure you.
But, if it isn't them, who is it?
Shall I tell you?
Oh, please do.
It's nobody. It's up here in the lady's head. The lady doesn't need a detective or a newspaperman. She needs a psychiatrist, dear boy.
Yeah, maybe. But then don't we all? A dear boy. So my one little thought vanished into thin air. I wandered back to my office, filled my column with readers' contributions, and then I took off for home. As I reached my place, it started to rain. I couldn't help thinking Antonio could have chosen a better day to come back from the grave. In my room, I set the alarm for 8. But I only had eyes for that 10. Now, just what if he did come back from the dead? Couldn't you just see it? Winchell would say he predicted it 6 weeks ago. A parade down Broadway with ticker tape and all the trimmings, personal appearance on Milton Berle, whole musical number built around the theme. Wasn't he brave to return from the grave? Russia would protest it was all a capitalist plot. Oh, no. Oh, brother, you're really tired, Randy boy. Go to sleep. At first, I wasn't sure what had awakened me, but my heart was going a mile a minute. I looked at the luminous hands on the clock, 5 minutes to 8. As I was just starting to reach for it to shut off the alarm, I saw him. A dark figure over near the dresser, barely visible by the square of yellow transom light. He was searching for something on the dresser. I crept from the bed, and I eased across the floor, closer. And then I lunged. Lunged, smunged, I should have stood in bed. This lad had muscles he didn't even know about. As the square of light from the transom started going into a slow spin, way in the back of my mind, I started remembering that gag about the little sparrow caught in a badminton game. Sparrow, make room for a friend. And then the square of transom light was joined by a bigger square of door light, and then I was all alone in the room, which was perfectly okay with me. And after a decent interval, I crawled to my feet and staggered to the dresser, snapped on the lamp to see the damage. The damage was all to me. My wallet was open, but the money wasn't touched. All the drawers in the dresser were pulled out, but nothing was missing. Well, let the experts worry about it. Oh, my back. Give me the police. Wait a minute, miss. Never mind. I suddenly realized there was something missing, and I didn't want the police in on this just yet. A few minutes after I started pounding on the door, the peephole opened, and one large blue eye looked out at me. And then the door swung open.
Oh, my dear boy, look at you. What happened?
I couldn't find a cab, so I came over in a cement mixer. Look, Pinky.
Pinky?
I'm going to get real dramatic. I'm going to give you 5 seconds, one for each of the flying Costellos in Australia. And then you're going to tell me where I can locate Costello number 6, or I'm going to do terrible things to those blue eyes.
Well, I don't understand you.
Sure you do. He must have been pretty angry when he found out you gave me the clipping. The seconds are racing by, Pinky.
Now, let's not act like savages.
That might be fun. Where is he?
I haven't the slightest...
You cry real nice, Pinky. He found out you were helping Mrs. Costello, so he came to you with a better offer. Is that it?
No,
That's when you decided she was nutty in the head, huh? Where is he? Where is he? This gets in the blood, Pinky. You better tell me.
Yes.
After a while, Pinky stopped saying yes, 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 and he gave me an address. It was room 206 in the Florentine Hotel. A little place on a side street in the Italian district of Chicago. 5 minutes of 10 when I got there, and the rain was coming down hard. I went up a flight of stairs that smelled of olive oil and good cheese and garlic that didn't care what happened. And then down a hallway toward room 206. 204, 20... I couldn't see the number on the door that should have been 206 because the door was wide open, and an old man was standing in the doorway.
Good evening, sir. Please come in.
I'm looking for a fellow named Philip Costello.
You have found him.
You?
Mr. Blake, just the phone. He's said to expect you.
You're the one who busted into my room and broke me in half?
I'm sorry. It was just... I realized once that Josie see the newspaper story. She's about to know everything. Come in, sir. I've been very, very bad. Like Mama says, with me it's all emotional. It's very little up here in the head.
Between us, and believe me, it won't go any farther. How old are you, Mr. Costello?
Between us, 66.
Oh, brother, tip-top shape. That's me.
More than 50 years on the trapeze, if you keep a man's strength.
Why have you been doing this to Josie? Now, the truth. Tell me.
I was so sure in my heart that she's murdered my Antonio.
Murdered Antonio? Why?
Mr. Stone, all of us, my whole family, except Antonio, we know how tired she was of him. Of his whole family, his ways.
But Antonio's death, that was an accident.
This is what gnawed me, gnawing. Was it an accident?
But what else?
Antonio, he says she must join the act. She must swing him at the crossbar for his triple somersault. All right. For 2 years we trained her. The triple somersault. That was the great moment of our performance. Antonio's moment. For this I trained him since he was a little tiny fellow, 8 or 9 years old. But on that one night, I look and I close my eyes for a single second. It all come rushing back. It was so real.
Ladies and gentlemen, to present the magnificent Antonio and his unbelievable, world-famous triple somersault while blindfolded, 60 feet above the arena and without a net, ladies and gentlemen.
And now, our Antonio is a leap so graceful from the deck of a platform, swinging out under the crossbar, and in our hearts we all begin to count. 1. Higher and higher, he's going to great the flashing arch. 2. His smile of confidence under the blindfold is meant for Josie, who stands on the other platform, waiting to send him the second crossbar. 3. All over the stadium, everyone's heart is thundering with the drums. Higher and higher swings Antonio. 4. His hands leave his bar. He's beginning to somersault. Over and over and over. Every face is turned upward. 5. Now his arms reach out for the other crossbar. Josie's. 6. His fingers through the air. The bar is an instant late. And minutes roll like a train rushing at you. The crowd is on its feet, screaming, because Antonio's falling. That is what I see when I close my eyes, Mr. Stone.
Yeah.
And for almost a year now, it has tortured me. Why? Why was it the crossbar late? We trained her so careful. Why was it late?
And then you decided she'd done it deliberately. You thought if you frightened her enough, she'd confess.
This is what I thought.
Well, you frightened her. This I can guarantee. You frightened her until she's just about out of her mind. But she hasn't confessed a thing, Mr. Costello.
This I know.
But doesn't that make you think perhaps you've been wrong? Maybe she has nothing to confess?
Mr. Stone,
You said yourself you trained Antonio for his act since he was dying. That you'd been 50 years at it. Maybe 2 years wasn't long enough for Josie.
2 years is nothing on a trapeze.
Then it could have been an accident.
I suppose.
Mr. Costello, I've been with her when she was as frightened as a human being can be, and she had nothing to confess. You've done a very terrible, shameful thing, Mr. Costello.
My son, my wife, they also tell me this.
Yeah.
You call it the police?
I'm calling Josie so you can tell her how sorry you are.
See, Miss Spade.
10 minutes after 10. I don't want to think what she's gone through up in that apartment.
I'm very sorry, sir.
You know the voice. I can figure out how you did everything except the voice.
It isn't no difficult. My children don't have the time for education. Still, they want to be a good American. Speak a good language. Antonio, even more, after he married Josie.
Why doesn't she answer? Yes, go ahead.
So, wherever he's go, he's spend much money on a machines that make record of the voice. My wife, everything of the children, she keeps. The records, too.
She doesn't seem to be home. I don't get it.
Hello. Fraser talking.
Oh, Lieutenant Fraser, it's Randy Stone.
Oh. Heard about it, huh?
Heard about what?
Mrs. Costello. She leaped to her death 10 minutes ago.
Ten minutes later, I was standing with Fraser at the broken window in Josie's apartment. He was telling me how she'd been alone in the front room and how they'd heard her scream, Antonio, and then some crazy stuff about, forgive me. And then before anyone could reach her, she'd thrown herself through the window. As the lieutenant talked, I watched the red warning flares sputtering on the wet sidewalk and the few curious citizens still standing in the rain. Made me feel kind of sick, and I turned my back on it just as the lieutenant was explaining that her fear must have finally driven her insane. Well, I suppose he's right. At least for the records, he's right. Only I do sort of wonder about one thing. Now, please don't misunderstand me. I have the greatest respect for the 20th century and all that, but I can't help wondering why that chair Josie wouldn't let me use, Antonio's chair, was just a little muddy, as though whoever had been sitting there had dragged himself a very long way through the rain. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's story was written by Larry Marcus with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of Josie was played by Joan Banks. Others featured in tonight's cast were Bill Conrad, Bill Johnstone, Nestor Paiva, and Richard Benedict. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Warner Brothers' Force of Arms. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. Murders are better than ever.
Mr. Diamond?
I stand condemned.
My name is Arnold Bryce. I'm an art collector.
Well, unless you're looking for empty beer bottles, I'm afraid you have the wrong man.
You're a detective, aren't you?
That's right.
Well, then you're the man I want. How soon can you come over to my home?
Well, that depends on two things, where you live and what you want me for.
I live at 9607 Riverside Drive. But I'd rather tell you the nature of your assignment in person, if you don't mind.
Well, that suits me, but my fee is $100 a day in expenses. Still want me to come over?
Money is no object, Mr. Diamond. Please hurry.
My name's Diamond. I'd like to see Mr. Bryce.
Mr. Arnold Bryce?
That's right.
Well, come in, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Bryce is busy with an art dealer in the library, sir. You can wait in the gallery.
The gallery?
The art gallery. This way, sir.
He led me down the hall and into a room that looked like it was once a den. There was a piano in the room, and hanging over the fireplace was a large painting of the Mona Lisa. The other 3 walls were all covered with pictures, too. This, I took it, was the gallery.
Just make yourself comfortable, sir. I'll tell Mr. Bryce you're here when he's finished.
Thank you.
Beautiful room, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Lots of paintings.
I didn't mean the paintings. I meant the room.
Oh, I take it you don't like the art?
No, sir. I only appreciate what I can see in a picture. This room used to be a study until Mr. Arnold Bryce came.
And who had it before?
Mr. Jasper Bryce. He died 2 months ago and left this house to Mr. Arnold. Well, I must get on with my work, sir.
The butler gave a disgusted look at the paintings and took his leave. Come to think of it, I agreed with the old boy. Most of the paintings were what is called moderne, which is sort of a nasty poke at the present period.
Hi there. You're a burglar, just help yourself. Take them all if you want to.
Well, I didn't know I had company.
That's because you're not a very good burglar. You should be more careful.
You, no doubt, are the local police force.
No, I won't turn you in. Oh, what's the use? Used to be I could joke. Used to be I liked to joke. Now it's no fun. Who are you, really? What do you want here? Can I fix you a drink?
Hey, that's a lot of questions for a little girl.
Little girl.
She staggered over to a couch and sat down while I took a good look at her. Beautiful is a word thrown around a lot these days, but it could only describe her. She had soft brown hair, big brown eyes, with a sort of a pleading look about them. She was wearing a pair of lounging pajamas, but her figure was nothing to speak of. When you found one like this, you kept the news to yourself.
Ugly.
What's that?
I said ugly.
Oh.
Meaning those pictures. You like pictures? Oh, you look like the type who would like pictures.
Well, I'm flattered.
Look at that one. You ever see such a mess? That's night chasing away the morning in September.
Well, you could have fooled me.
That's my husband's favorite. You a friend of my husband?
No.
Neither am I. All he does is buy paintings. He's a nut about paintings. He should have married one.
You must be Mrs. Bryce.
I must be. Then that's life. Oh, who'd you say you were?
I didn't, but the name's Diamond.
My name's Della. You know...
Mr. Diamond, Mr. Bryce will see you now.
Oh, get lost, Timothy. Mr. Diamond and I are just getting acquainted.
But Mr. Bryce said...
Mr. Bryce. All right, you better go and see him, Mr. Diamond. My husband hates to be kept waiting. Me, I'd rather be alone anyway. I'm going to sit here till I figure out just why in blazes night is chasing morning away in September.
I left Della Bryce staring at the picture and followed Timothy to the library. Inside, I met Mr. Arnold Bryce. He was a big man and looked old enough to be Della's father. On the desk lay another modern painting, and he sat admiring it like it was the deed to the Taj Mahal.
Look at it, Diamond. Look at it.
Yes.
A masterpiece. Masterpiece.
Well, it's original, all right.
Of course. I buy nothing but originals. Can't stand copies, can you?
Well, I really haven't thought about it lately. Tell me, is this masterpiece what you wanted to see me about?
Oh, no. Just thought you'd enjoy seeing it.
Mm-hmm. Well, now that we've had our kick, suppose we get on to business.
Fine. Mr. Diamond, I'm number 34 on this city's social register. Do you follow me?
No, I'm about 6 million.
Please, sir, I'm very serious.
Sorry.
Now then, one in my position must be discreet. Divorce, heavens knows, is scandal enough, but, well, to have a roust about for a wife, that I cannot tolerate.
Heavens, no.
I was married a little over 6 months ago, and, to be frank, Mr. Diamond, my wife doesn't like me.
Go on.
That's all. I want to get rid of her.
Mr. Bryce, I'm a detective, not an assassin.
Of course. I want you to help me find grounds for divorce.
Oh. Well, a case like this can take a long while. At 100 a day, that can add up to quite a bill.
I hired you because I've heard you're the finest detective in New York.
Oh, well, thanks for the flattery, but the fee is still 100 a day, and...
I told you over the phone money meant nothing to me. Here. Here's a check I made out to you. It's for $500. That should serve as a retainer.
Well, yes, that's...
Now then, we can get on with this. I think my wife is in love with another man.
No.
Yes. And I think that... I keep forgetting these walls are soundproof. We've only lived in this house a few weeks. My Uncle Jasper left it to me.
Yes, your butler told me.
Timothy? Queer duck, Timothy. Uncle Jasper left me him, too.
Oh. Well, let's get back to your wife.
Oh, yes. Mr. Diamond, when I married Della, I thought we'd be well suited. She's very beautiful. And, guess where we met?
I have no idea.
In an art gallery. Naturally, I thought Della would be an art lover like myself. I could just picture us sitting in front of the fire on cold winter evenings, gazing at my originals.
Thrilling thought.
Yes, but it wasn't to be. Della deceived me. She hates my paintings.
Well, it takes all kinds to make a world.
Yes, but my world is art, Mr. Diamond, and Della is no part of my world.
I see, but that hardly sounds like grounds for divorce, Mr. Bryce.
Oh, I realize that, but maybe this is. You see, Della used to date a boy named David Tharp. Now she's been going out a lot lately, and I think she may be seeing him again.
Mm-hmm. You think? Well,
I know it really may be nothing, but if she should be seeing him and we could prove it, wouldn't that be grounds?
Well, possibly.
Now, this boy used to work for the Gorman department store, and if he's still in town, I want him watched.
All right, I'll check with the store and report to you later.
Good. Timothy will show you out, Mr. Diamond.
I left Mr. Arnold Bryce admiring the monstrosity he had purchased earlier. On the way out, I took another peek into the gallery to see if Della Bryce was still around. She wasn't. And then I noticed the Mona Lisa again. Somehow it seemed so out of place. I was staring at it when Timothy came up behind me.
I see you admire the lady.
Say, don't you ever make noise?
Beautiful, isn't she?
The Mona Lisa?
Yes. Look at that face. The most lovely face in the world.
I thought you didn't like art.
Not what Mr. Bryce calls art. Only that picture. Do you know about it?
Do I know about it?
Oh, so many things. It really has a colorful history. Da Vinci painted her over 400 years ago.
No.
Yes. Zenobia del Giocondo's wife posed for Leonardo 4 years before it was finished.
My.
Everyone loves it. Francis I of France paid 4,000 golden florins for it.
You really know the facts, huh?
Oh, yes, sir. I've read many books about La Gioconda's history. I come here often and just stare into her face. Do you know that men have stared into the mystery of that face and then killed themselves?
You don't say.
Yes. But I'm probably boring you. This way, sir.
He took a last tender look at the picture and then led the way to the door. It was a crazy house full of crazy people, and felt good to be outside again. The job I had was strictly routine, but as long as Bryce paid for my services, he'd get them. I took off for lunch, then went to the Gorham department store to find David Tharp. There I found Tharp had joined the Army 6 weeks ago and was now stationed in California. That meant that Bryce's suspicions about his wife were unfounded, at least as far as Tharp was concerned.
Hello?
Let me speak to Mr. Bryce.
Who's this?
Oh, that worn-out voice sounds familiar. Walt?
Yeah, is this Diamond?
Yeah, but what are you doing there? Or did I dial the wrong number?
You calling Arnold Bryce, Rick?
That's right.
Then you have the right number. Was he a client of yours?
Uh-oh. I don't like the way you said was.
You guessed it. Better get over here, Rick. Arnold Bryce has been murdered.
In my pocket was a check for $500 signed by one Arnold Bryce. This same Arnold Bryce was now dead, according to Lieutenant Walt Levinson, who was very reliable in these matters. I took a cab to the Bryce home on Riverside Drive. Timothy, the tall, gaunt butler, again let me in. His expression hadn't changed since I'd seen him earlier. Well, Timothy, a lot of excitement around here, huh?
Yes, sir. The police are in the gallery. So is Mr. Arnold's body. Gruesome sight.
Rick.
Hello, Walt.
He's in there. Want to have a look at him?
Why not?
The boys in the lab are all finished. There he is.
Head bashed in, huh?
Coroner says he's been dead for about 2 hours. That places the time of the murder around noon.
Found the murder weapon?
No. Figure it must be the missing poker from this fireplace set. Got the boys upstairs now looking for it.
Who found the body, Walt?
Mrs. Bryce. Otis is in the library now taking her statement. What's your angle in this?
Well, Bryce hired me for some stock investigating. He was thinking of divorcing his wife.
Well, at last we've got a motive. She finds out he's getting rid of her and knocks him off.
Maybe. Who else was in the house?
It's the butler, the maid, and Mrs. Bryce. Otis is sure the butler did it. Been reading murder mysteries again.
No. How about visitors? Anyone come to see Bryce around noon?
No, apparently not. Looks like an inside job, Rick. We've got 3 suspects, and all we can do is grill them till one of them breaks down. So we might as well start on the wife.
Mind if I sit in?
No. Come on.
We left the gallery and walked down to the library. Inside sat Della Bryce, patiently answering the questions of that master detective, that super sleuth, Sergeant Otis Loveloon.
Hello, Lieutenant. I got a statement down on paper, and I'm asking some questions on my own. She's, Oh, Diamond.
Don't look so happy, Otis. Hello, Mrs. Bryce.
Well, you come back. That man, Lieutenant, he's the one who saw my husband earlier.
Yes, we know that, Mrs. Bryce. This is Richard Diamond. He's a private detective.
Oh. Well, what would Arnold want with a private detective?
It seems he was planning to divorce you. Or didn't you know that yet?
Divorce me? You're kidding.
You want to tell us the joke, too, Mrs. Bryce?
Oh, this is a good one.
Oh, come now.
Maybe it's Otis, Walt. After all, she's been looking at that face of his for an hour. Can you blame her?
Hey, I heard that.
Oh, I'm sorry, but that just struck me funny. That worm of a husband was going to divorce me. Well, I've already talked to a lawyer about getting rid of him.
I take it you and Mr. Bryce didn't get along?
You said it. I married Arnold because I thought it'd be fun to have a big home and a nice car. All those things money can buy.
Go on.
Well, the money part was okay, but Arnold... Well, a girl can only take so much.
It's a nice, respectful way to speak of the dead.
All right, so he's dead. So now I get all that money and don't have to put up with Arnold. I should cry?
Maybe a jury will think you picked up a poker in order to get that money.
Now, look. Just because I'm not crying and moaning about how much I loved Arnold doesn't mean I killed him. I didn't.
We'll decide that.
And will you please tell this baboon to stop asking me questions? Another hour in here with him and I'd confess to anything.
Good old Otis, the traveling third degree.
Now, look, Shamus.
Take it easy, Otis. Now, Mrs. Bryce, you say you were upstairs fixing your hair around noon?
That's right.
What about your lunch? Don't you eat?
I'm on a diet. Look, it's all there in my statement. Around 1 o'clock, I came downstairs and found the body. I called the police, and that's all I know.
Well, then, if you're innocent, you won't object to answering questions. So, make yourself comfortable.
Walt kept asking questions, and Della kept answering them. Half an hour later, Walt was getting tired. Della was getting tired, and I was already tired. Grilling a suspect is the most boring thing in the world, and it was a relief when Walt sent the girl upstairs.
Otis, you see that she goes to her room and then bring that maid in here.
Right, Lieutenant.
Well, Rick, what do you think?
I think she's innocent, Walt.
Oh, you do? Why?
Because she leaves herself wide open. She admits she's glad the guy's dead.
So maybe that's all a front to throw suspicion off her. She makes everything point toward her, and she thinks we'll figure she couldn't be that dumb.
Maybe, but I don't think so. I think Otis was right.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Well, you said he thought the butler did it. So do I.
Rick, I'm in no mood for jokes.
Look, Walt, the guy was bashed in the head, right? The top of the head. Now, Bryce is close to 6 feet tall. So is Timothy. Della's too short. She couldn't hit him on top of the head unless you stood on a ladder.
Yeah, I thought of that. But you can't convict a guy because he's tall enough to hit Bryce on top of the head. Besides, maybe Bryce stooped over to tie a shoelace. Any number of reasons.
Maybe. But I still bet Timothy killed him.
Okay, Sherlock. Tell me one more thing. Why? Why did he kill him? He'd only worked for him 2 weeks. No money's missing. Where's the motive?
I'm not sure, Walt. But I think it's in a picture.
Huh? Oh, now, Rick.
Walt, when I was here earlier, I talked to Timothy in the art gallery. We talked about the Mona Lisa.
Well, what about it?
He knew everything about it. A lot of its history. Now, here's a guy who hates all these paintings around but one. The Mona Lisa. But what's it doing here?
What's what doing here?
The Mona Lisa. Bryce told me himself he only collected originals. But the Mona Lisa hangs in the Louvre in France. That picture over the fireplace is only a copy, and Bryce hated copies.
Go on.
That's all. I don't know exactly why or how all this happened. I only know things don't add up. Timothy's admiration for that one painting and what's it doing here.
And somewhere in there you think there's a murder motive.
Why not? Sure, Della might have killed him for the money. That's a nice, big, fat motive. But, Walt, how many murders have big, fat motives? Darn few.
You're right there.
A girl kills her sister because she called her fatty. A man shoots his wife for nagging. A woman poisons her neighbor for gossiping. A lot of little things can turn a twisted mind into a murderous mind.
Okay. But this picture angle doesn't impress me. Where's the motive, even a small one? I can't...
Here's the maid, Lieutenant. In here, miss.
Lieutenant, I am so sorry about the thing. I am feeling to cry. Please, you can't think I have anything to do with it. I hardly know, Mr. Rice.
Just sit down, miss. We just want you to answer some questions.
Now, don't be frightened, dear. We don't think you killed Mr. Bryce, but you might help us find out who did.
Oh, well, I'm glad to help.
Good. Now, how long have you worked here?
Oh, well, let me see. It has been 5 years. 5 years I have been here. I worked for Mr. Bryce's uncle. Then when he died, I stay on.
Oh. And Timothy, how long has he worked here?
Oh, goodness. Timothy has been here all his life. He has told me about it. His father worked for the old Mr. Jasper Bryce and his mother, too. Timothy, he grew up in that house. Then when his father died, he'd take over his job.
I see. Now, about the young Mr. Bryce, Arnold. Was he easy to get along with?
Well, I don't know him so well, but they have no trouble with him. Timothy does not agree with him at times, but they have no trouble.
Timothy doesn't agree with him? What do you mean?
Well, Mr. Arnold changed a lot of things. Moved furniture and such. Timothy thinks they look better where they have always been. Just this morning they argued. Mr. Bryce wants Timothy to get rid of something, but they do not remember what it is.
Oh. Then one more question. The room with all the paintings. Do you remember that room before Mr. Arnold Bryce came here?
Oh, yeah. He used to clean there. But there was not all the paintings there then.
No painting?
Not all there is now. Just the one. The painting of the pretty lady.
The Mona Lisa.
What did you say?
The Mona Lisa.
Yeah, that's it. That is what Timothy and Mr. Bryce was having words about this morning. The Mona Lisa.
That was it. I looked at Walt, and I could see that he was interested. Now there was a motive. Oh, not the big headline motive, just the kind you'll read on page 6 of your local paper. The kind of story that usually says the murderer is now undergoing sanity tests. Otis showed the maid out and left Walt and me with our little brains racing a mile a minute.
I don't know. We still haven't got anything to convict him.
Walt, he's a psycho, that's for sure. Now, the way I see it, he's crazy about that one picture. He grew up in the house. Maybe it means something to him. Then in comes Bryce with all his modern junk and orders Timothy to get rid of the Mona Lisa.
Yeah. But Timmy argues and Bryce insists. They were both in the library, so maybe Bryce was even going to take it down himself.
Could be. Then our boy gets mad, grabs the nearest thing, which happened to be the poker.
Okay, so it fits. We have a theory. But we still need one thing to convict him. A confession.
Yeah. Maybe we can use the Mona Lisa.
What?
He killed for it. He may talk for it. I outlined my plan to Walt. Timothy was a psychopathic, and I knew we'd have to get him in the right kind of mood. Walt agreed with the plan, and we headed for the gallery. They had removed Bryce's body from the room, and only a deep red spot in the carpet was left. Walt went looking for Timothy, and I moved over to the piano.
Here, Timothy. Oh, hello, Rick.
Hi, Walt. Just thought I'd pass the time at the piano.
It's all right. Just sit down, Timothy. I want you to wait here where I can locate you. We'll want to question you later.
Yes, sir.
I'll call you if I need you, Rick.
Okay, Walt. My playing bother you, Timothy?
Oh, not at all, sir. I like music.
Oh, me too. You know, that painting up there reminds me of a song I heard not long ago. Pretty thing. Went like this.
Mona Lisa, Mona Lisa, men have named you. You're so like the lady with the mystic smile. Is it only 'cause you're lonely they have blamed you for that Mona Mona Lisa, strangeness in your smile.
I watched him carefully as I sang. At first he stared at me with a strange look in his eye, but gradually he settled back in his chair and listened to the words. His eyes rested on the beautiful painting over the mantelpiece. This was the mood I'd wanted.
Many dreams have been brought to your doorstep. They just lie there, and they die there. Are you warm? Are you real, Mona Lisa? Or just a cold and lonely, lovely work of art?
Well, did you like that? Hey, Timothy. Hey.
Huh? Oh, the song is very beautiful. It's fitting of her.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess I'd better stop fooling around at the piano and do what I came here for. His eyes were on me as I got up from the piano bench and walked over to the fireplace. I tried not to look at him as I reached up for the picture, but I heard him jump from his chair.
What are you doing? Leave that alone.
Well, I'm sorry, friend, but Mrs. Bryce is all upset about her husband's death. She asked me if I wouldn't carry out his last wish and get rid of this. Clutters up the other pictures, you know.
Leave it alone. Take the others, but leave that alone.
Sorry, but out it goes to the trash pile.
No, it belongs here. The living part of this house. Put it down, I said. Put it down! I warned you.
Now, Timothy, take it easy. Put on that shovel.
When you put down the picture.
Oh, and if I don't, you'll swing that shovel at me just the way you swung a poker at Bryce.
He was an idiot. Throw it out, he said. Throw it out and leave that other trash on the walls. Now you want to throw it out, too. No, give me that painting.
All right, Timothy, you've got it.
Rick, are you all right?
Yeah. See how Timothy is.
He'll come around.
You heard from the door?
Yeah, enough.
Imagine. All this over a picture of a dame.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role. It was written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. This is Bill Foreman speaking. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective, has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade Detective Agency?
Me, sweetheart.
Oh, you.
What's the matter now?
Oh, nothing. You just up and leave and don't say where you're going, and I'm only your secretary, and I'm the last one to know about it, and everybody else in town knows more than I do, and I wasn't
Enough. Wait a minute. How did everybody in town know about it?
Well, it was in the newspapers, that's all. In the society column, no less.
Really? Well, imagine that.
Florabelle Frolics column.
Florabelle.
Mr. Spade, the notorious private detective, is vacationing at Westover as a guest of a promising young architect, Garrett Welch.
Notorious yet. Well, at least they spell my name right.
I suppose you had a great time.
Well, it was exciting.
What did you do?
Just talked over old times, F. Did a little hunting, little shooting.
Did you bag anything?
F, what's your language?
Sam.
I see you're shocked. Well, so was I. However, if you have nothing to do, hang around the office, and I will be down with several pages from my diary telling about the whole affair. I've titled them The Civic Pride Caper.
For NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all, starring Stephen Dunn in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Sam?
Well, I thought you'd gone chicken and run out on me. You're part of this organization. You're going to bear the bitter with the sweet, along with the rest of us.
I know, but I always seem to get the bitter. Friday's when the sweet should be given out.
Don't quibble. Don't quibble. This is a nasty job we have here. We might just as well sit down and get it over with. You care for a drink? You might need it.
No, thanks. I don't need false bravery.
Lucky you. Well, are you ready?
No, but we might as well start.
Well, you know best. Date, fill it in, to Garrett Welsh, room 212, Fairchild Building, Westover, California. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the Civic Pride Caper. Dear Garrett, I'd never been in Westover before, and I found it, on the surface at least, an attractive, bustling little city. The streets were clean, and the girls were sun-kissed and friendly. Add to that the $150 you sent me by mail, and you can imagine with what pleasant feelings I arrived. I found the Fairchild Building easily enough, and room 212, well, I couldn't miss it. There were sounds of vigorous activity coming out through the transom. And when I opened the door, two men were engaged in a fight. One was big and one was little. I didn't know which one was my client, so I automatically reached for the big guy.
Go on. What do you think you're doing?
What's it all about?
Ask him, he'll tell you.
All right, what's the story?
I was being foully and unreasonably attacked by this misguided citizen. I ought to kill you. That's what I ought to do. That's what everybody ought to do.
Hold still.
Kill you.
Why?
Oh, let him go. Let him go. Beat it, Carlson. Wait until you can catch me alone in some dark alley. Don't think I won't. Don't you think I won't. I'm sure you will. I'm going to catch you every place and every time I can.
Well, I take it your name is Garrett Welsh.
It is. And I want to thank you, friend.
Nothing.
You rescued me from a rather unhappy breeding.
And your mouth is kind of cut up.
Huh? Oh, there's nothing I can't take care of. Drink?
I never touch you.
Oh.
You
might have noticed I've already had a few drinks today. Well, it helps me forget. And it also keeps me from thinking. There you are.
No, thanks. My name is Spade. Why did you send for me? Bodyguard?
No. Let them have their fun. I don't mind. Maybe I even deserve it.
Look, you're paying for my time. Why don't we get with it, huh?
Oh, sure. Why not?
Good.
Come over here to the window. There. Look out there.
Where?
The far corner.
Oh, you mean that building?
Pile of rubbish is a better description.
Well, what happened? Fire?
No. It just collapsed one night. Last week.
Oh.
There were more than 3,000 people in it at the time. 5 of them were killed. I don't know how many injured.
Well, that's too bad. How did it happen?
It just collapsed. Another drink?
No, thanks.
Pardon me? It was a municipal auditorium built to honor the war dead. It cost over $1 million. I was the architect.
Oh.
Yeah. I was picked by the townspeople for the singular honor of designing the fond memorial. Well, now they have something to remember.
What'd you do wrong?
Nothing. Somebody cheated in the building of it. Somebody didn't follow my plans. I don't know who it is. I don't know who it was. Or just where to place the blame. So, you're a private investigator? What can you do?
Get you some black coffee and ask you some questions. He gave me a list of everybody in town who had something to do with the building. First off, I called on a man named Howard Kessley, whose construction company had the contract for erecting the auditorium. Kessley lived in an elegant house on a well-guarded estate. And after they took my gun away from me, they let me in. I waited in a room tastefully decorated with original oil paintings and oriental rugs. And eventually, a football hero-type man walked in.
You from the insurance company?
No, I'm a private detective, Sam Spade.
Who are you working for?
Garrett Welsh.
Huh. That's a laugh.
Funny?
Well, what do you want?
Look, you built that auditorium. Have you any idea why it fell down?
Maybe you just got tired. I don't know.
Aren't you interested?
We're looking into it now.
Who's we?
My company engineers. That Garrett Welsh. An architect. We should have had somebody who knew what he was doing.
Do you have any copies of the building specifications that I might look at?
Sure, I got nothing to hide. You can go back and tell Garrett Welsh that the best thing he can do is get out of town. Or somebody tries to knock him off and succeed. Here. There's a copy of the plans. Look at it all you want. You'll find I did what I was supposed to do.
I got my gun back from the guards and left with the building specifications tucked under my arm. They didn't mean a thing to me, of course. I'd only asked for them to see whether he'd refuse to show them. But out of curiosity, I unrolled them just for a look before dumping them into the ash can. And I noticed something. The last page was signed and approved by the city building inspector, a man named Albert Mitchell.
Well, I don't usually receive callers at this hour, but you're a little better looking than the ordinary caller. Come in.
She was slim and auburn-haired and wore an insolent smile that was interesting, and a clinging silk thing that was interesting. She looked me up and down, and she took so long at it.
Okay, what is it? Magazine? The gas meter? Or did you just lose your way?
I'd like to talk to Albert Mitchell.
Oh, he's a dull conversationalist. You wouldn't have any fun.
Well, I wasn't exactly looking for laughs, Mrs. You are Mrs. Mitchell?
More or less. Right now, less. Soda or water?
What?
And your drink.
Oh, thanks, but I took the pledge last Halloween.
What did you want to talk to Al about?
Well, what else? The auditorium that collapsed.
Well, he stepped out for a while. Why don't we just make ourselves comfortable?
I have a standard answer when I'm on duty. Thanks anyway.
Duty? You a cop? I've never seen you around this town before.
Private type investigator. Sam Spade.
My name's Kitty. You don't have to worry about Al busting in on us. I don't think he'll be back this week.
That's what I thought, you holding open house and all. What's the matter? The pressure get too heavy for him?
Look, Sam, they had a hearing a couple of days ago. It was all decided. Nobody was to blame. I think Al went fishing or something.
Where is he?
How should I know? I'm only his wife.
Well, you know what they say about a man who runs.
Yeah, so why don't you stick around? You don't look like a coward to me.
Well, when it comes to redheads, I really am. So long, Kitty.
But...
Oh, by the way, if Al does ever show up, tell him I took a room at the Embassy Hotel. I'd like him to call me.
I won't tell him a thing. Come back here, you coward. Hey, Sam!
I went down to the wreckage of the auditorium. It was late, and the streets were quiet and deserted. I walked through the twisted shell of the building, striking matches and looking around. I didn't know what I was looking for, but apparently I wasn't the only one visiting the scene of the crime. I was standing just inside the gutted remains of what was once the lobby when it happened. Gunfire cut to the back of the building. I ran toward the noise, and when I turned the back corner, I saw a cloud of plaster dust where the shots had apparently been fired. There were no people or cars in sight, but on the sidewalk, on hands and knees, was a man.
Rats. Double-crossing dirty rats. Save me. Don't let me die. Kitty.
He grabbed my legs and tried to pull himself up. His face was a gargoyle of pain. I reached down to help him, but he slipped back to the sidewalk, dead. 4 bullets had gone through his back. A billfold fell out of his pocket. It was loaded with identification, and everything said Albert Mitchell, age 40, occupation, building inspector.
You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. This Sunday, Theater Guild on the Air presents an exciting 1-hour adaptation of the Broadway stage comedy Light Up the Sky. Starring in this Theater Guild production are Joan Bennett, Sam Levine, and Thelma Ritter. And on Sunday, you're invited to another hour-and-a-half broadcast of The Big Show, starring Eddie Arnold, Jack Carson, Eddie Cantor, Olivia de Havilland, Martha Ray, Meredith Wilson, and many more. Your MC, of course, is the glamorous and unpredictable Tallulah. And now back to the Civic Pride caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade. A
good many other people had heard the sound of Albert Mitchell's assassination, and before long a crowd had gathered. Among them were several minions of the law. They took two people in tow, the dead Mitchell and the live Spade. The Westover Police Department had themselves a fine time over me. It seems I was hired out-of-town killer, and therefore eligible to be questioned all night. They worked hard at it, but in the morning they had to admit defeat and release me. I think they only did it because they didn't want to pay for my breakfast. By then I was pretty mad, and at 10 o'clock I walked into the mayor's office and demanded an interview. I got it.
The whole thing, Mr. Spade, was regrettable. But after all, you are a stranger here. And when a man is killed and someone happens to be in on the scene, questions have to be asked.
Your Honor, I'll let it pass in the interests of law enforcement.
Good. Our report on you from San Francisco gives you quite a reputation as an investigator. Do you have any theories that might help us in this murder of Mitchell?
Well, I could hazard an expert guess that it's tied in with the building scandal, the auditorium collapse. By the way, what's being done officially to fix the blame for that?
The city council held its investigation of the unfortunate affair last week, and as far as we can determine, no one is directly responsible.
No one? Oh, come, Your Honor.
Are you questioning our civic procedure? Oh, well, maybe you're right. Maybe we've been too easygoing. We're all neighbors here.
Yes, I'm conducting an investigation for a client who certainly has a right to know what's going on insofar as a good many citizens seem to feel he's to blame.
Oh, yes, Mr. Welch. Well, he's not to blame. No one is. You must pardon my abruptness, Mr. Spade, but the events of the past week have been a little more...
Yes, I know. Tell me, Albert Mitchell, as building inspector, must have approved the building of the auditorium. Now, was he a reliable man?
Yes. Wait a minute. You don't think...
I think he was killed by somebody who wanted him to keep his mouth shut. Now, what about the contractor, Howard Kesley?
Kesley? Born here. Brought up here. He's built about 1/3 of the structures in Westover. Every one of them, except the auditorium, is standing today. No, I don't think you can build up a case...
I'm just examining the possibilities, all right? You have to begin with the people who had something to gain from this thing. Where there's graft, there might be murder. Where are the purchase orders for the materials used in this building?
That was the first question I asked. I was told they were destroyed with all the other useless paperwork that accumulated from the construction job.
Oh, great. That certainly makes it convenient for somebody.
Mr. Spade, I don't wish to, and I can't believe, as you apparently do, that this town's population is crooked and rotten. So if I come across any information that will help clear the good name of Garrett Welch, you can be sure that I'll be happy to bring it to your attention. Until then, I bid you good day, sir.
I could understand Mayor Sullivan's desire to protect the fair name of his city, but I had to take a meaner view of at least one Westover citizen. I found out where Albert Mitchell did his banking, and misrepresenting myself as a collection agent, pried into his holdings.
Let me see now, Mr. Humboldt. I really shouldn't give out this kind of information, but in your case, when you have a claim against the estate, Oh, yes, here it is. He has $300 in his account, that's all.
What kind of deposits did he make?
Oh, just paychecks mostly. He was a $7,500 a year man. Every Friday he deposited $150.
Any deposits larger at any time?
Oh, yes. 4 deposits of $5,000 each in the past year.
Well, what do you know?
As I recall Mr. Mitchell saying there were payments from the estate he inherited.
Well, thank you, Mr. Carter. You'll hear from my company soon, I'm sure.
Yes. Oh, what was the name of your company again, for my records?
Amalgamated Whistle.
Oh, yes.
Preferred.
Oh, yes, of course.
That inheritance gag was right out of the Kefauver investigation. An inheritance is paid in a lump sum, practically never in 4 payments of $5,000 each. I didn't know whether Mrs. Mitchell was receiving, but I decided to find out. When I knocked at her door, all was quiet inside, but a second after my knock, there was a burst of sorrow. When she came to the door, there were 2 rather impossible-sized tears flowing down her face. For widow's weeds, she wore a black dress, tight, satin, and low cut.
Oh, Mr. Spade, I'm in no mood for talking now.
Oh, just for a moment. May I come in?
I guess so. I'm really kind of alone and lost. What is it you want?
I must apologize for intruding on your bereavement, Mrs. Mitchell. I'm not usually as callous.
Oh, that's all right. But I'm not sure I can help you any. I'm so broken up.
What is it, camphor?
What?
Whatever you used to make those tears.
All right, so I can't really cry.
I never have, but it's expected of me.
Yeah, all right. In that case, I sympathize with you.
What do you want?
Kitty, your dear departed husband made $7,500 a year and deposited $20,000 in 8 months. Now, what about it?
I don't know anything about his money. All I know is that the bank told me he had only $300 left.
What'd he do with it?
He spent it on other women.
Oh, I see. So the artificial tears do make sense, I guess.
No, you don't understand. It's not that simple. It's funny, Sam, because I really mean it. Oh, I know how stupid I look in these clothes. And I did use camphor on my eyes because I wanted to cry. I wanted to cry for all the good days and the good years Al and I had. But the bad years kept getting in between, and I couldn't do it.
I like you better all the time, Kitty. I knew you were real pretty. Now it turns out you're pretty real.
I really loved him, and he loved me. But we kicked it away because we both wanted more excitement than this town or his salary could give us. There was no place to go. We just didn't get along. He was out spending his money on other women, being a big shot. I can't blame him, though. I helped make him do it.
What about the money? He got it for falsifying the auditorium inspection papers, didn't he?
Well, he didn't get it for inventing television.
Who paid him?
Sam, don't ask me anymore.
Well, you do know where the $20,000 came from, don't you, Kitty?
Don't, Sam. I'm scared.
You know what you ought to do? You ought to come back to San Francisco with me. Let me help you get a job there. You can make a fresh start.
You're not kidding.
I give you my word.
I ought to have my head examined for trusting you, but I'm going to do it. Al got that money from the Central Cement Company for, quote, an advisory capacity, unquote. You know who owns the Central Cement Company?
Howard Kessley?
Warm, but not quite. His brother. Last night when Al showed up in town, he was gunning for trouble.
Why?
He said they were going to make a fall guy out of him, and that he wasn't going to take the blame for anybody. That's what he said. But I think he ran out of money and wanted to make a touch in exchange for disappearing again, for good.
And you think Kessley shot him or his brother?
I can't think, and I don't know anything else. Now, do I get to San Francisco?
I'll be back for you.
All right, but make it fast. And don't leave me here, because if anything happens to me, Sam, it'll be on your conscience.
She walked to the door with me and kissed me on the cheek, and it was nice. No more than that. It was nice. Next stop, the Central Cement Company offices. Statement of Howard Kessley's brother, Ralph.
I'll explain it to you in simple terms. We supplied cement for a lot of buildings in this part of the country. When you want to build something, you submit a bid. When you want to know what kind of a bid to submit, you ask an expert. Mitchell was our expert. And we didn't expect him to work for nothing.
You mean Mitchell tipped you off as to what other firms were bidding?
Well, call it anything you want. It's done all the time.
I found Garrett Welch, my architect client, slumped over his desk, much the worse for drink, and it took a good half hour with coffee and wet cloths to bring him around to something resembling normal.
I was proud of that building, Mr. Spade. As proud once as I am ashamed of it now. I spent 4 years at a prominent American college and 2 years apprenticeship with a great architect to prepare myself to come back here and make this the most beautiful city in the West.
Well, you must have watched them build it. What went wrong?
That's the point. I wasn't here. They sent me to Chicago to study. And I bid for it. What they really wanted was for me to be out of the way.
Who are they?
The city council. Oh, why bother? Just tell me how much I owe you and we'll just forget it. Nobody's going to indict anybody for anything.
Well, somebody's responsible for the building and for Mitchell's murder, and we'll find him.
We?
Yeah. If you'll lay off that bottle for a while and work with me, maybe we can do it.
All right. No more booze. I'll stop feeling sorry for myself and start getting mad. Hey, where you going?
I'm going to start at the top. I'm going to try to get the mayor to help.
You say you've turned up something, Mr. Spade?
A lot of something, Your Honor. I ferreted out copies of the purchase orders for the materials used in that building. They were generally inferior and below the quality required by sound engineering and the law.
Oh, you can't mean it.
I do. You can inform your district attorney that in a matter of 2 or 3 days, I will move for an indictment of several people in this community for gross criminal negligence. Now, I want to know whether or not I'll have your full cooperation.
There's no question of that. I'll cooperate with you fully to prosecute...
Thank you, Your Honor, and good day.
Just a minute.
Yeah?
About Howard Kessley.
What about him?
Do you still consider that he is subject to suspicion?
The families of the 5 people who died in the ruins would think anybody who was concerned in the building project were subject to suspicion, Your Honor.
Mr. Spade, you know about politics. certain people contributed campaign funds and got me votes.
Kesley?
I've been in a difficult position. I've been weak, perhaps. Maybe I haven't wanted to look too closely at certain possibilities in this horrible affair, but I promise you I won't stop now. It doesn't matter what happens. My first duty is to the citizens of this town.
Well said, Your Honor. Just tell the same thing to the other members of the city council. Tell them that if I kick the lid off this garbage can, it's going to make Westover smell pretty bad.
You'll hear from me, Mr. Spade. I guarantee you.
In the course of the next 2 hours, I told the same story to the newspaper, the police, a couple of soda jerks, a waitress, and almost anybody else who would listen. And before the day was out, the results started coming in. Garrett Welch's office and my room at the Embassy Hotel were both ransacked. Somebody started shadowing me, and I had a mysterious phone call offering me money to get out of town. I refused and hung up. During that day, I stayed mostly out in the open, in conspicuous parts of town. But when night fell, I knew I'd need to watch my step. Garrett Welch and I holed up in his office with the door locked and my gun out on the desk. Around 11, we got a little action.
Well, speaking. Yeah? Yeah, okay. It's for you, Spade.
Hello?
Sam, this is Kitty Mitchell. I'm in trouble.
What kind?
3 men were just here. They said I gave you some purchase orders. I don't know anything about them, but they said if I didn't get them back from you by midnight, they'd kill me.
Who were they?
I don't know. Just men. If you've got them, give them to me, Sam. I don't want to die.
Look, hang up, call the police, and ask them for protection.
Sam, I'm afraid. Why don't you give me the papers?
Get in a taxi cab and come up to Garrett Welch's office. We'll talk it over.
I'm afraid to do that.
Well, you'll have to. I can't leave here. I'm waiting for somebody.
Who?
I'm not sure yet. Somebody threatened Mitchell's wife. She's coming up here.
Well, I think we have enough to do taking care of ourselves. Who's that?
Go on, you answer it. Then step to one side. I'll keep you covered.
Okay.
Don't make one wrong move.
I'm not going to, Spade. I came here to talk.
Kesley?
Yes.
Who's with you, Kesley?
Nobody. I'm alone and unarmed.
Come in.
I'm watching you from behind, Kesley.
I know it. I just came to talk.
All right, talk.
Spade, you allegedly have information as to why the auditorium collapsed, killing 5 people.
Suppose I do.
Well, I came to make a deal with you.
We're not making deals.
I think you'll like this one. I'll give you all the positive information you want for one thing.
Namely?
A 48-hour head start out of town.
Why should we give you that?
Because nobody, least of all myself, thought the building would collapse. It's true I used inferior materials, but I had to.
What does that mean?
There's a man in this town.
The door was suddenly kicked wide and a blaze of bullets flew across the room. Kesley's mouth opened in shock, his knees buckled, and he pitched forward, bouncing off the desk to the floor. A tall, silver-haired gentleman was behind the gun. I caught him shoulder high, spun him around, the gun fell out of his hand, and Welch and I were on him in a second.
All right. I've done all I'm going to do. I'm hurt. I'm wounded.
Well, Your Honor, you're better off than Kesley.
Kesley didn't want to do it, but I had something on his brother and told him I'd send him to jail. We saved $100,000 on the cheap supplies we used in that building.
Yeah, when I showed up, Kesley was afraid he was going to take the rap alone. He was afraid he'd end up like Albert Mitchell, right?
Yes. I killed Mitchell. He wanted more money.
You killed him, you...
Kitty, don't put it down! She had come in while we were talking and picked up the gun Mayor Sullivan had dropped. Her one shot hit him in the chest. Then she let the gun slip through her fingers and just stood there. Then you know what? She cried. Real tears. Period. End of report.
Sam, what an awful tragedy.
It was indeed, F. Of course, in a few minutes, the place was full of police, and we turned her over.
Well, what do you think's going to happen to us, Sam?
I'd rather not think about that, Effie. Now, how about typing it up?
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's fun this Sunday with 2 of your favorite families, the Blandings and the Harrises. Mr. and Mrs. Blanding stars Cary Grant and Betsy Drake in the title roles as the owners of the famous Dream House. And the Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show brings you Phil and Alice with more of their merry antics, plus Frankie Remley, Brother William, and the entire cast. You're invited this Sunday.
Well,
I'll take your word for it. I'm not going to read it again.
Why did the mayor come in and shoot the building contractor in front of witnesses? Why, he threw away everything he worked so hard to steal. Why?
That is a good question, F. Saved by the knock. Come in.
This Sam Spade's office.
It is?
I'm Lyle Rooks.
You expect me to believe that?
I'm Western editor of Radio Television Mirror magazine.
Well, you know best.
I just wanted to tell you that in our annual awards poll, nationwide, the American listeners have chosen Steve Dunn as their favorite detective.
Steve Dunn, not me?
Quiet, Sam.
So here, sir, is your citation. You may want to frame it. Put it up in your office.
Why?
Thank you. Goodbye.
Well, Steve Dunn.
He's the man that plays you on the radio, Sam. Oh, he's handsome.
Well, do you love him better than you love me when I'm burning up with passion for you?
Are you really burning up, Sam?
Well, I'm beginning to smolder a little. Come here and tell me about love.
Oh, well, I don't know much about it, Sam. Not as much as I'd like to know.
Well, I'm sorry. Sorry, I don't have a teacher's permit for the state of California.
Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Also in the cast were Shirley Mitchell, Jack Crucian, Sidney Miller, Paul Frees, Herb Rawlinson, and Lou Merrill. Script for tonight's adventure by John Michael Hayes. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. Tomorrow, enjoy the exciting Man Called X on NBC.